agriculture. About abattoirs.
A very good afternoon to you. Glad you are watching KBC Channel 1. You are in time for live proceedings from the heart of Parliament. It is Tuesday, the third day of the month of March. The year is 2020. And of course, being a Tuesday, this afternoon we shall be beginning from the National Assembly, where 5 bills, including 4 emanating from the Senate and 5 motions, are listed for discussions. A quick look at the bills from the Senate. We have the Preservations of Human Dignity and Enforcement of Economic and Social Rights Bill, Senate Bill number 27 of the year 2018. There is the Care and Protection of Older Members of Society Bill, Senate Bill number 17 of the year 2018. Then there is the Impeachment Procedure Bill, Senate Bill number 15 of the year 2018, and the County Outdoor Advertising Control Bill, Senate Bill number 19 of the year 2018. A quick look now. The motions lined up for debate. First, members shall be putting the question to a motion that has been before the House since the 26th of November 2019. Well, it was laid on the table of the House. It is an inquiry into the challenges facing the Coffee Research Institute. A report compiled by the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock, chaired by Honorable Haji Ali. And this afternoon, members shall be deciding on whether they will be adopting this report. There is also a motion on a report of audited financial statements for the Uwezo Fund and Women Enterprise Fund. This one was prepared by the Special Funds Accounts Committee, chaired by the Honorable Kaduri Murungi. Debate on this already began, and so this afternoon members shall be continuing with discussions. The Uwezo Fund, a flagship program for Vision 2030 that seeks to promote social equity with a view of reducing poverty in the country, and the Women Enterprise Fund, a semi-autonomous government agency that is under the Public Service and Gender Ministry that seeks to empower women economically. And members shall be discussing whether the financial statements for these two entities, audited, of course, are in order. Another motion, an annual report of the state of the judiciary. And this concerns the financial years 2016, 2017, and 2017, 2018, as submitted to the House, according, of course, to provisions of the Constitution, specifically Article 254. And the Justice and Legal Affairs Departmental Committee, chaired by Honorable William Cheptumo, shall be seeking indulgence of the House to decide whether or not to adopt this particular motion. That, in addition to 4 questions lined up during question time this afternoon in this live broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. You can also get it live on YouTube. There is a live stream there. It is also live on Bunge TV. And of course, my colleagues Tilio Marco and Samuel Musita are doing the Kiswahili commentary on KBC Radio Taifa 92.9 FM. My name is Vareso Mwanga. On behalf of the entire crew, including the sign language interpreter Gideon Mbogo, I welcome you to follow the proceedings. Good afternoon.
Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, We beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests are committed to our church. Amen. Order, is it the member for Madeira North who is whistling like that? Order. You come in here whistling. Be upstanding. You must be upstanding. That is, be warned. You repeat, and the consequences will be dire. You can't come here whistling. Because obviously that suggests that the member doesn't know where he is. Can commence.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honour members, I have 2 communications. One, this is a very short one. Honour members, this communication number 7 of 2020, the subject is cancellation of the 64th session of the Commission on the Status of Women, in brackets CSW. Honour members, as you are aware, a delegation comprising of members of this House was scheduled to travel this coming weekend to attend the 64th session of the Commission on the Status of Women, in brackets CSW 64, to be held in New York between March 9th and 20th, 2020. However, honour members, I wish to inform the House that we are in receipt of communication from the Secretary General of the United Nations, UN, which was convened through the Ministry of Public Service, Youth and Gender Affairs regarding this event. The communication indicates that the planned meeting has now been scaled down from the initial 2 weeks to 1 day, owing to the concerns related to the coronavirus pandemic. Member states will be represented at this meeting by their permanent missions based at the UN headquarters in New York. In addition, general debates and all planned signed events have been cancelled and as such, countries have been advised against sending any delegations to the 64th Conference on Status of Women, which was to take place in New York. Honourable members, in this regard, I regret to inform the House that the scheduled travel by the representative of the National Assembly is hereby forthwith cancelled unless contrary information is received from the UN between now and Friday. The House should note that the ongoing pandemic may affect other future travels. I therefore request members to be patient and bear with us on this matter of international magnitude. Those members that were to travel would obviously know how to deal with other issues related to facilitation, which may have been landed in their accounts. You must therefore make good a complete and total refund. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you now, members. Honourable members, the second communication relates to private visits to Somalia by a section of members of Parliament. Honourable members, my attention has been drawn to reports relating to a discreet visit made to the Republic of Somalia on Saturday, February 29, 2020, by about 11 members of this House, majorly representing constituencies in the former northeastern province of the Republic of Kenya. The sensitivity of the matter, the public interest, and the inquiries that have been made to my office on this matter have invited me to address the following questions relating to the alleged private visits. 1, what are the responsibilities of a state officer with regard to engagements with foreign governments? 2, what constitutes a parliamentary delegation? 3, are members traveling out of the country required to notify the Speaker, and why? Honourable members, on the first question, permit me to remind this House that under the Constitution, the office of a Member of Parliament is a state office in the Republic of Kenya. As such, there are responsibilities expected of members of Parliament as state officers. Article 10, Clause 2 of the Constitution, which deals with the national values and principles of governance, states, among other things, which, among other things, binds state officers. These values, which are binding to all state officers, including patriotism, transparency, and accountability. Values are also emphasized in Section 3 of the Leadership and Integrity Act of 2012 and Section 2 of the 4th Schedule to the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017. I hasten to add that at all times, any action by a state officer, be it in their private or official capacity, ought to take into consideration the need to remain patriotic, transparent, and accountable to the nation. Honourable members, you may recall that pursuant to Article 74 of the Constitution, each one of you took and ascribed to an oath or affirmation of Member of Parliament before you assumed the office you hold as such members. The oath or affirmation, as prescribed in the 3rd Schedule to the Constitution, reads in part, and I quote, I shall bear true faith and allegiance to the people and the Republic of Kenya, that I will obey, respect, uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, and that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge the duties of a Member of Parliament. Close the quotes. Section 8 of the Leadership and Integrity Act of 2012 provides in Section 8, and I quote, "State office is a possession of public trust, and the authority and responsibility vested in a state officer shall be exercised by the state officer in the best interests of the people of Kenya." Close the quotes. Honour members, these ones are not mere cosmetic decoration of the Constitution, the statutes, or indeed the standing orders of the House. They speak to and epitomize the true spirit of statesmanship, behoving of state and public officers, and serve as a constant reminder that a state office is a high calling to serve the interests of the state and its people over and above individual or private interests. Honorable members, as reported, the alleged visit was made by a group of legislators from this House. This may have created the impression that the said members traveled as a delegation of this House. I wish to inform that parliamentary delegations to foreign nations must always meet certain parliamentary parameters. First, a parliamentary delegation is formally constituted and officially communicated to the foreign country which is scheduled to be visited through my office or that of the Clerk of the National Assembly. Secondly, parliamentary delegations are either fully or partially funded by the National Assembly. Further, in terms of composition, a parliamentary delegation is constituted in a manner that reflects the different shades of political parties in the House, gender, regional balance, among other considerations. In this regard, the alleged visit by the said group of members of this House to the Republic of Somalia was not a parliamentary delegation. Honourable members, I will now address the issue of whether it is mandatory for members traveling out of the country to inform the Speaker of their intended travel and why. There's always been a requirement to this effect, and indeed, Standing Order 260 reiterates this point by providing as follows. Subsection 1, a member intending to travel outside Kenya, whether in an official or private capacity, shall give to the Speaker a written notice to that effect, indicating A, the destination intended to be visited, B, the dates of intended travel and periods of absence from Kenya, and C, the email, telephone contact, postal or physical address of the member during the period of such absence from Kenya. Close the quotes. Honourable members, as you have clearly heard, these provisions are couched in mandatory terms, although they are not meant to punish or put in suspension any member. The requirement to notify the Speaker of any intended travel outside Kenya is provided for in the standing orders as a matter of civility, good order, and to ensure that the office of the Speaker can at all times account for the whereabouts of any member of this House who is out of the country. For avoidance of doubt, there is no requirement compelling members of this House to seek consent to undertake private travels. Similarly, there is not a requirement for official parliamentary delegations to obtain consent of other offices, save that of the Speaker, to undertake official travels. Nonetheless, parliamentary diplomacy ought not to be handled casually or in an uncoordinated manner. Indeed, this is one of the reasons that necessitated the 11th Parliament to insert new Standing Order 259A in the rules of procedure to provide for recognition of parliamentary caucuses and friendship groups. As a matter of fact, there are a number of instances where members who have traveled out of Kenya in private capacities have found themselves in circumstances that required urgent official intervention or assistance from my office, the office of the clerk, or our embassies in foreign countries, or indeed the specialized intervention of more than one state departments of the executive branch of government. I invite you, honorable members, to ponder in the event that a member or members of this House who have traveled out of the country incognito requires assistance of these offices. How would assistance be availed? I must acknowledge that majority of members have always notified the Speaker of their intended travels outside Kenya, whether in their public or private capacities. As a matter of fact, the register in the custody of the clerk indicates that there are over 700 such notifications in the last 3 years, between September 2017 to date. Allow me, honorable members, to single out particular cases of certain members, notably the Honorable Esther Passaris, the Honorable Dr. Shwarab Mishra, the Honorable Shakir Shabil, the Honorable Dr. James Nyikal, the Honorable Paul Ongili Owino, and the Honorable Paul Koinange, who consistently notify the Office of the Speaker whenever they travel outside Kenya in their respective private capacities. I congratulate them. Honorable members, whereas there are no sanctions against members who fail to inform the Speaker whenever they travel out of the country, I urge you to live up to the spirit of Chapter 6 of the Constitution, and more particularly, Article 75, relating to conduct of state officers, whether in public or official life, in private life, or in association with other persons, and the oath of office that you all took. However, all members are reminded to always abide by the provisions of Standing Order number 260, requiring members traveling outside Kenya, whether in official or private capacity, to always notify the Office of the Speaker for the reasons stated above. As I conclude, honorable members, I would like to implore upon the concerned members, and indeed the entire membership of this House, in paraphrasing the words commonly used in the House by the member for Kisumu Town West, the Honorable Olagwa Luoch, that, and I quote, "To whom much has been given, much is expected, and to whom much is entrusted of him, all the more will be asked." Close the quotes. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Next.
Order number 3, messages.
Those members who have difficulties sitting, maybe you can, your problem sitting, these seats, a lot are not very, they are comfortable, are they not? There's some members who have problems sitting. Honourable members, I have 2 messages. The first message, honourable members, pursuant to provision of Section 20 of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Act 2015, I wish to convey to the House that I have received a message from the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury regarding recruitment of a Chief Executive Officer of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund NGCDF board. In the message, the Cabinet Secretary is asking the House to approve the appointment of Professor Mohammed Hussein Abdile very well. No, you know, honor members, the experienced members like the Honorable John Bandi, when he says no, the member behind him, the member for Matungu, thinks that that's the way things are done. Member, now, honor members. Honor members. Honor members. Honorable Johnson Naika. Honorable Johnson Naika. You know you love your say. This is a message. And I think, you know, it is wrong for the members who have done one term or two or three terms. When you mislead the ones who are barely midway, the message is delivered. It is up to you. Yes. So, you know, now when you're through with that, when you're through with the you see, I must read this message because this message must be in the Hansard. What you are saying there is not in the Hansard. You see, when you look at the Honorable Naika, you would think that he is at war with somebody here. So, honor members, the message reads, the Cabinet Secretary is asking the House to approve the appointment of Professor Mohammed Hussein Abdile for the position of Chief Executive Officer of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Board. Honor members, Section 20, clause subsection 1 of the said Act provide that there shall be a Chief Executive Officer of the Board who shall be recruited by the Board through a competitive process and recommendations made to the Cabinet Secretary for appointment with the approval of the National Assembly. Now, honorable members, why are you shouting? Why are you shouting? Honorable members, this message is very clear that the appointment, what are you saying not to? That this message, the conveyance of this name can only succeed with the approval of the National Assembly. You are the National Assembly. So, now look at this member from Matungu. Questions are not put just like that. We are not in the village. It doesn't matter. It doesn't happen that way. Listen, honor members, we will have to go through the process as provided for in the law. It is immaterial that you may feel very strongly otherwise, but we must follow the law. After all, the decision to appoint or not to appoint is by you. So why not let the Honorable Naika? I am not going to now exchange and allow you to shout from your place. Honourable members, whereas Section 50, subsection 5, paragraph D of the National Government CDF Act stipulates that one of the functions of the National Assembly Select Committee on the National Government Constituency Development Fund is to consider and report to the House with recommendations names of persons requiring approval by the National Assembly pursuant to the Act. Honourable members, in this regard, I hereby refer the name of the nominee, including his curriculum vitae, to the Select Committee on the National Government Constituencies Development Fund to undertake the necessary approval hearings. Thereafter, the House shall consider the nominee in accordance with the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011. Honourable members, Section 8, subsection 1 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act of 2011 requires the National Assembly to either approve or reject the nominee within 14 days from the date on which the Now, honourable members, it is really unfortunate that the members who I expect to know these procedures are the ones who are misleading, the ones who have not, who appear not to have looked at the standing orders and the law. Remember, honourable members, if you don't consider this nominee within this period of time because of this kind of, behavior, then this nominee will stand duly appointed. So you must allow the process to be followed. So you must approve the nominee from the date on which this notification is given. Consequently, the committee should notify the nominee and the general public of the time and place of the approval hearings in good time. The notification should therefore be made immediately, and the committee may thereafter commence the necessary approval hearings and submit a report to the House on or before March 17, 2019. Remember, honourable members, this must happen within this time stipulated. So the clerk is accordingly directed to ensure that the nominee is notified. Those who are making their way in coming. Members who are coming in, please take your seats. Very well. Now, honourable members, even these ones who are traveling incognito, please take seats. Some of you walk into the chamber whistling, others you can't settle in one place. Honour members, the next message, pursuant to the professional standing order number 42, I wish to convey to a message received from His Excellency the President relating to the nomination of persons for appointment to the offices of members of the Teacher Service Commission. Honour members, the message, which was received in my office on 27th of February 2020, conveys that in exercise of the powers conferred by Article 250, Clause 2, Paragraph B of the Constitution, read together with Section 8, Subsection 7 of the Teacher Service Commission Act of 2012 and Section 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, President has nominated the following persons for appointment as members of the Teacher Service Commission. 1, Ms. Leila Abdi Ali. 2, Mr. Mbage Juguna Nganga. In this regard, therefore, His Excellency the President now seeks the approval of the nominations by this House. Honour members, pursuant to the provisional standing order 45, I refer the message with the curriculum vitae of the nominees to the Departmental Committee on Education and Research for consideration. Section 8 of the Teacher Service Commission Act 2012 requires the National Assembly to either approve or reject any or all of the nominees to within 21 days. Noting that the House will proceed on a short recess from March 20th, 2020 to April 6, 2020, in accordance with the published calendar, the committee should expeditiously notify the nominees and the general public, commence the necessary approval hearings, and submit its report to the House on or before Wednesday, 18th of March 2020, morning sitting, to enable the House to consider the nominees within the statutory timelines. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
Is there any petition? Honorable Bar, Owen Bayer.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to present petition number 1 of 2020 regarding restoration and revival of the Kenya Cashnut factory. I, the undersigned, on behalf of the farmers and the people of Kilifi County, draw the attention of the House to the following. That the now defunct Kenya Cashnut factory located in Kilifi town in Kilifi County was built in 1975 by the Kenya Cashnut Limited, with capacity to process 15,000 tons of cashews per year.
Order members, we must allow the member speaking an opportunity to present his petition.
Yes, yes.
Consort in lower tones.
Thank you. That the factory served farmers in the former Coast Province through their cooperative societies and the Kilifi District Cooperative Union, the government shareholding in 1982 through the National Cereals and Produce Board, the Industrial Commercial Development Corporation, and the Industrial Bank was 65%, while the cooperative movement held the remaining 35% through the Kilifi District Cooperative Union. That the cashnut factory was an important economic mainstay of the coastal districts, now counties, and contributed immensely to the development of the cashnut subsector in the country. And when the government decided to divest from the factory, KDCU exercised its preemptive rights and purported to have acquired the government's 65% shareholding in October 1993. That following the divestiture, the Kenya Planters and Products Limited, KPPL, and the Cashnut Development Investment Limited, which were both private companies, mysteriously and fraudulently joined the factory as shareholders under unclear circumstances, obtaining 51% and 14% of the government shareholding. That neither the government nor the farmers received any payment from the fraudulent transfers, and that the then KDCU officials colluded with various individuals to deprive farmers the opportunity to purchase the 65% shareholding via their preemptive rights, which later led to KDCU being excluded from management of the factory despite holding 35% shareholding. That in 1996, KPPL claimed that it advanced a Kenya shillings 2 million loan to the KDCU, allegedly for the purchase of cashew nuts from farmers, and they said that this loan was not repaid, hence this claim was used to obtain fraudulently all KDCU shares with cooperation by the then KDCU officials, and ultimately led to the flawed and irregular acquisition of the factory from the bona fide shareholders. However, records show that KPPL did not advance the Kenya shillings 2 million to KDCU, but to Kenya Cashew Nuts Limited, and they should not have taken over KDCU interests in the factory based on this allegation. That the cashew nut factory finally closed down in October 1997 and subsequently hit the coastal economy hard, creating widespread joblessness, leaving cashew nut farmers stranded, thereby denying the country a valuable source of export and foreign exchange. That the factory shut down with an unserviced Barclays loan of Kenya shillings 95 million, whose security was the Kenya cashew nut premises, and which the bank sold off to Millennium Management Limited for Kenya shillings 58 million, despite a court injunction filed by KDCU. That the auction was illegal, as there was a court injunction that stopped the auction and still remains illegal up to now. In the process of the illegal sale, KDCU lost its 35% shares as the new managers of the factory used illegal means to acquire the shares of the farmers. That the purported current owners of the factory are illegal owners, and that the bona fide owners of the factory to date are KDCU and the Kenya government, because a sale that emanated from an illegal auction is still not a sale. That following the illegal acquisition, KDCU was unfortunately coerced by the new illegal owners to take over all the debts of Kenya shillings 110 million of the Kilifi Cashew Nuts Limited, debts which actually weighed heavy on KDCU and collapsed KDCU. That the factory was ravaged and plundered by the new illegal owners, and consequently all machines and equipment were transferred to Tanzania and Tiwi, where the new illegal owners had interest and used the sale of the machines to pay off their debts and laid off workers left without compensation. That while majority of the factories that collapsed following flawed privatization, such as the Kenya Meat Factory, Rivertex, Kishomi, and Mumia Sugar Company have already been revived by the government, the Kenya Cashew Nuts Factory remains unattended. That the farmers in mid-90s sent a petition to the President of the Republic of Kenya, who ordered and triggered ODTP to pay a visit to the factory to investigate the matter and revert to the farmers, efforts which were muzzled by the then office of the ODTP. That the then Attorney General, Amos Wako, was ordered by the President then to reverse the illegal transfer of shares and register the shares in the name of KDCU, but he did not. That the 9th Parliament in 1999 made recommendations to revert the factory back to the farmers, but the Attorney General did not act. That in November 2019, other officers were sent to pursue the matter further, but nothing has come forth. That efforts to address this matter with relevant authorities have not borne much fruit, and that the matter in respect of this petition is not pending before any court of law or constitutional body. Now, therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock, A, inquires into the collapse of the Kenya Cashew Nuts factory with the objective of highlighting factors that led to the closure. B, recommends the restoration to the farmers and KDCU, now Kilifi County Cooperative Union, and revival of the Kenya Cashew Nuts factory in Kilifi with the additional upgrade of turning it into a horticultural manufacturing factory that can process cashew nuts, mangoes, coconut, among other products as part of the realization of the government's Big Four agenda. recommends that the farmers, the former workers, be paid their dues as well as restoration of the factory's ownership to the people of Kilifi. And finally, makes any other recommendations it deems appropriate in the circumstance of the petition. And your petitioner will ever pray. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Now, honour members, it is true that the member who is speaking is the one that is captured on handstand. But in fairness, if you think that you do not want to listen or hear what is being said by one member, why don't you just pull your friend, you retire to some place out there, so that the rest of us can follow. It's just not fair that one member is making a presentation about something very serious, even though I think it should have been taken to the governor of Kilifi, because those agricultural things are devolved so that they can sort it out there. But nevertheless, you know, because I've seen your governor from time to time complain about, I don't know, cashew nuts, about the rest, without saying how much money he has set aside to revive those things. I mean, if we could a bit, yeah, I've seen some other proposition for those, they are called retiring governors or something like that. But he needs to do something. He needs to do something for the people of Kilifi for the time being. I believe your petition is a very good one, but I wish he could address that kind of issue himself. Anyhow, the petition is committed. You asked which one? The? Yeah, the Committee of Agriculture. Yes, but that committee, if many of you could have been listening, because I know this is not the first time this issue has been before this House, you will find a report of a committee of this House in the 9th Parliament which dealt with this matter. So that it becomes a lot easier and a lot faster to address the issues raised by the Honorable Owen Baya. Next. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Honorable members, take your seats. The Father of the House, take your seat. I can see you limping in. Honourable members, I rise to give this communication to members because Standing Order number 199 of the National Assembly Standing Orders provides for procedure of processing reports of select committees and for clarity reports of select committees ranging from reports on bills, inquiries, appointments, travel, financial estimates, and audits. A number of such reports, when being submitted, are followed by notices of motion for consideration by the House. Others contain proposals to amend bills, which are going to come before the House. Honourable members, of late, I have been concerned that a number of such reports and accompanying notices of motion are being brought to my office for approval just before the commencement of the day's sitting. Some less than 10 minutes. The reason why a 2 hours period is given to a committee or member to submit a report for approval by the Speaker before a sitting is to allow the Speaker reasonable time to apprise himself on the content of such report before approving it for tabling in the House. Honourable members, this time implies that the reports that are intended for tabling on a Tuesday or a Thursday sitting ought to be submitted to my office by 12 noon. Similarly, reports intended to be tabled on a Wednesday morning ought to be submitted to my office either on the previous day or by 7:30 a.m. on that particular Wednesday morning. Reports which come to my office after those timelines will not be approved. And members, this is the reason why some of those ones which you brought at about 1:45 are still not there, because I cannot just approve things which I have not read. And this will apply without exception. So the honourable members, there must be dignity. I cannot just be asked to append my signature on a report that you have not allowed me time to read and even get to understand. When the mover is moving, I also ought to know what it is that you have, what are the observations, what are your recommendations. Whether those recommendations are in tandem with the Constitution and existing statutes, or indeed our own standing orders. And therefore, if you intend to table a report, which is to, by Wednesday morning, please by 7:30, let it be in my office. And I will make sure that before 9:30, I will have read and approved or not approved. If it is to be tabled on a Tuesday afternoon sitting or Thursday sitting, latest by midday, or indeed even Monday. Yes. So that allow me also reasonable time to familiarize myself with what it is contained in those reports. I thank you, honourable members.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
None.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
First question is by the member for nominated member Wilson Sosion. Question by private notice.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question number 4 of 2020, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Education. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide the status of investigations into the cause of recent student deaths at Precious Talent Academy and Kakamega Primary School? Could the Cabinet Secretary provide the technical reports regarding Public Works Certification of Completion and Occupation, Public Health and Quality Assurance and Standards reports in respect of the two institutions? Could the Cabinet Secretary provide the progress of registration of unregistered schools which have enrolled students, progress made in approving buildings for such schools, and give reasons for the delay in this? And finally, Mr. Speaker, when will the Cabinet Secretary appoint members of the Quality Assurance and Standards Council as required under the Basic Education Act 2013 so as to enhance quality assurance in the delivery of quality basic education? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question to be responded to before the Committee on Education and Research. Next question also by private notice by the Honorable Osoti, nominated member also.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to ask question number 5 of 2020, directed to the Cabinet Secretary on national security. And it reads, is the Cabinet Secretary aware of the increased incidences of insecurity in Vihiga County? In particular, the recent murders which took place in Itenji and Busamu villages of Vihiga sub-county, respectively, on 17th and 20th February 2020, which are in close proximity to Mbale and Magada police station. Second, what steps is the ministry taking to deal with increasing cases of with increased cases of brutal killings and the overall security management in Vihiga County? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To be responded before the Committee on Administration and National Security. The next question, honorary question, was by the member for Malindi, who wrote to me requesting that the question be deferred. Accordingly, the question is deferred. Next question is by the member for Marsabit County, the Honorable Safia Sheikh Adan.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to ask, Honorable Speaker, I wish to ask question number 028 of 2020 directed to Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government. First question could be the Cabinet Secretary. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why there is a rise in insecurity and crime in area where the National Police Reserves were disarmed, and statewide the number of National Police Reserve in Marsabit County was scaled down and some were disarmed? Secondly, could the Cabinet Secretary consider restating, scaling up, and arming the National Police Reserve in areas occupied by pastoralist community to avert insecurity in this area? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, to be responded to before the Committee on Administration and National Security. Statements. First segment, statements, Honorable Kato,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair of Defense.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 44C, I rise to issue a statement on behalf of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations in response to request by Honorable Tekla Toom, MP, and Honorable Francis Kimani, MP, made on Thursday, 20th February 2020. Actually, Mr. Speaker, it was a statement sought by two members of this House, but the statements were similar, so we merged in the hearing. Mr. Speaker, the request for the statements were in regard to the safety and well-being of Kenyans in the affected region of Wuhan City in China. Mr. Speaker, sir, on February 27th, 2020, the committee met with the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs to receive her response on the matter that was of grave concern to Kenyans. The Cabinet Secretary submitted as follows. 1, the outbreak of COVID-19 was reported in the city of Wuhan, Hubei Province, China, in December 2019, and a quarantine placed in the region on 23rd January 2020. The World Health Organization declared a public health emergency of international concern. Second, in Kenya, an interministerial committee and a cabinet ad hoc committee were monitoring the situation. The Kenyan embassy in Beijing was providing the necessary support to the Kenyans affected. Third, Kenyans in the province registered with the embassy in Beijing were 100. That is 91 students and 9 acrobats. None of them under the lockdown had been infected by the virus. Fourth, the local universities in Hubei had set up 41 hotlines to provide around the clock, that is a 24/7 counseling services to the affected. The embassy had also established communication channels. Fifth, other than protective gears and 3 meals per day provided by the universities and a stipend ranging between Kenya shilling 37,500 to 45,000 Kenya shillings, the embassy had disbursed Kenya shillings 1.3 million to the affected students, each receiving approximately Kenya shilling 15,000. The ministry had also disbursed Kenya shillings 8.5 million to the embassy for emergency provisions. The Chinese authorities had also delivered assorted dry foods worth US dollars 5,000 to the students through the Kenyan embassy. Sixth, the Kenya government was yet to make a decision on evacuation of the students, but was monitoring the situation. It's also good to note that, Mr. Speaker, that no country in East Africa had evacuated its citizens, and of the 45 countries in the world that did so, they had reported infection cases at home. And seventh, Mr. Speaker, here in Kenya, the points of entry in the country were being monitored, and everyone coming into the country is being screened. Mr. Speaker, you will note that the nature of the statement, as well as the purview of the Defense and Foreign Relations Committee, and that of the ministry, that's the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, is the well-being of Kenyans abroad. The ministry committed to address concerns raised by the committee, that's during the supplementary questions raised by the committee on the handling of the situation. It is also instructive to note, Mr. Speaker, that soon after our meeting with the CS, His Excellency the President issued an executive order towards the same and set up a more robust National Emergency Response Committee being led by the Cabinet Secretary for Health that is now handling all the matters concerning the coronavirus. The committee, Mr. Speaker, is also aware that the CS Health as well as the CS Interior were scheduled to meet with the Departmental Committee on Health, and I think it was this morning, on matters that are outside the mandate of this committee, including the preparedness of the health system within the country and the status of flights in the country from the affected regions. It is therefore my hope that the safety and the well-being of Kenyans at home and abroad will be dealt with satisfactorily by the executive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next, I think there's I see there's satisfaction. Honorable Russell.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wanted to say something on what our chairman has presented this afternoon. I think last time, on your direction, we were able to summon the minister on that very important issue. That is not just gripping Kenya. It is a world issue. But we felt that the answers we got through the Cabinet Secretary was very casual. A lot was expected of her. But as you said, we got very little out of her. But we thank His Excellency the President. I think from that day we got Executive Order number 2 of 2020, that today the government machinery is focused and seized of this important matter. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, of course, for those who came late, some of who I know have been hovering around my office about the annual and ritual of CSW. It has also been called off. No delegations. People are not supposed to crowd in one place. Those of you, even those of you who are in that habit, see, even now, you should, Honorable Sankok, you should not be very close to the Honorable Gitonga Murugara. And the Honorable Gitonga Murugara should not be sit very close to the Honorable Rindikiri. So, again, Honorable Russell, your point, you are quite right. The matter is of international concern and it's grave. So, indeed, it requires the intervention at the highest level by any country or government. Honorable Nasir.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, just to add on to it, I hope I heard the chair right, because he said that every student has been sent to 15,000 shillings. 15,000 shillings, Mr. Speaker, and this has been sent through the embassy. And I think the grave concern that is there, and I see nothing wrong at all, for those who want to voluntarily come back home, should actually be allowed and facilitated to actually return back home after being vetted and screened at the point of exit and at the point of entry as well. And I think it's equally important, Mr. Speaker. I was hoping that the Senate would actually work fast and come up with some level of documentation, because right now, as it stands, health is a devolved function. Unless it is an element of the national referral hospitals, majority of these hospitals, actually all the hospitals, belong to the county governments. And I was hoping that the Senate would be able to come up with a document that shall compel every single county what it is that they are doing. Because if an infection is going to hit someone who is based in Lamu, by the time they're going to be referred to a referral hospital in Nairobi, along the way, there is going to be a lot of havoc and a lot of danger of that transmission being relayed to others, Mr. Speaker. So it is my hope, and maybe with your guidance as well, Mr. Speaker, considering as well that health is devolved, with your guidance, maybe this very House as well can come up with something to compel county governments that they have to have certain levels of preparedness in regards to the issue of coronavirus.
The person who raised this issue was the Honorable Dr. Tekla Tum.
Honorable Speaker, I found the answers were, the questions were casually answered. The CS in charge of Foreign Affairs said evacuation is a difficult exercise. And the other answer is, she said, none of the East African countries had evacuated their citizens. So I found it was escapist in nature, because if another country has not done anything, it has not applied to all the countries. Honorable Speaker, 1.3 million was given to 101 students. And when you divide equally, it is 13,000, sorry. And 8.5 million was sent to the embassy. So my question was, why was the money not sent directly to the people who are affected? The answer I received also was, the psychologists were around. There was a WhatsApp group which was going on. The Chinese government was giving food ratio to the students. But I thank the government of Kenya under the leadership of the president. He gave the directive. And at Mbakati Hospital, there is an isolation center. All the level 5 hospitals and referral hospitals in the country will have isolation centers. We cannot forget to know that in Africa, there are 3 countries who have had some cases. So we really need to be serious concerning COVID-19 so that we are not found unaware of what is happening. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honourable members, you realize the only reason I'm allowing people to, is just comment, because it's a statement. Now, if we make it a discourse, it becomes very difficult. The Vice Chair of Health, you want to present a statement that I have not seen and approved. Have I seen it and approved it? So you are likely to read out something that could be extremely outrageous, isn't it? I will only allow you to present because it's also about the same thing that you and your committee also took evidence.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. Next time it will be more orderly. Thank you, Speaker. Statement on the joint sitting of the Standing Committee on Health of the Senate and the Departmental Committee on Health regarding the coronavirus. Honorable Speaker, as you can recall, during the afternoon sitting on Wednesday, 26th February 2020, through ordinary question number 006/2020 by Honorable Aramat Lemanken, MP, member of Narok West, raised an issue regarding the status of certain Chinese nationals and traveled to Section 5, Dukamoza Camp of the Standard Gauge Railway, SGR, construction site in Narok East constituency on Saturday, 22nd February 2020, and who had been in isolation in view of the potential outbreak of coronavirus pending their screening and other necessary to action from health officials. The question was submitted to the Health for a response from the Ministry of Health within 3 days. Honorable Speaker, sir, as you are aware, the general public is anxious about the preparedness of the countries to tackle the coronavirus crisis. Due to the gravity of the matter, the committee immediately wrote to the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government, and the Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. Wide letter reference NA/DC.H/2019-14 dated 26th February 2020 to be updated on the matter. The committee in the said letter scheduled a meeting with the relevant ministries, which was to be held today, Tuesday, 4th March 2020 at 10 a.m. in the mini chamber, first floor, County Hall. Honorable Speaker, sir, however, after the said invitation was issued, it was brought to the attention of the Committee on Health, National Assembly, that the Standing Committee on Health of the Senate had also scheduled to meet with the Ministry of Health at the same time and in the same venue. Considering that the matter are of the national importance and are related to the respective mandates of both committees, the chairperson of the Senate committee and myself have resolved to hold a joint sitting. The said meeting was duly authorized by your office pursuant to Standing Order 202A. Honorable Speaker, sir, the National Assembly Committee on Health, that the Standing Committee on Health of the Senate held the meeting today. However, regrettably, all the 3 cabinet secretaries that the CS responsible for health, interior and coordination of the national government and the transport, infrastructure, housing and urban development did not personally appear, but instead sent representatives. In view of the important nature of the matter, the joint committee felt that the cabinet secretaries ought to have personally appeared and make the necessary responses. The committee therefore is resolved to adjourn the sitting and to seek your direction, sir. Honorable Speaker, sir, we are aware that you have previously ruled on the matter of the, particularly in the communication from the chair number 57 of 2019 titled, The Accountability of the Executive to Parliament and the Place of Chief Administrative Secretaries in responding to questions in the National Assembly, where you stated among others. 1, that as a cardinal responsibility pursuant to the provisions of Article 153(3) and 4 of the Constitution, Cabinet Secretaries are expected to and must appear before committees of the House as and when required to do so, to answer questions and to examine other matters before committees. Number 2, that committees are at liberty to determine on the case-by-case basis whether it is the Cabinet Secretary, Chief Administrative Secretary, Principal Secretary to appear before the committee to answer questions, taking into account the weight of the matter. Honorable Speaker, sir, in this regard, it is our considered opinion, not only due to the level of public interest on the matter, but also weighty nature of the subject matter under inquiry, which is likely to impact on the right to health and life of Kenyans, that the relevant cabinet secretaries appear personally before the committee tomorrow on Wednesday, 4th March 2020 at 3 p.m. subject to your direction, sir. Thank you, sir.
In other words, the meeting did not yield anything. You see, I don't want it to be my direction. The committee must resolve one way or other. And it appears you resolved that the three cabinet secretaries appear before you tomorrow at 3 p.m. That is the resolution. That's the resolution of the joint committees, isn't it? Yeah. If they don't appear, then the committees can report to the House now for appropriate sanctions. So it doesn't have, because I don't know what reasons were given for their absence. So if the committee resolved that the cabinet secretaries appear tomorrow, so be it. Then the cabinet secretaries appear, because in any event, they assist of this matter.
Your Speaker, sir, looking into the matter, our Excellency President himself, right timely, he has taken it so seriously as a national emergency. This is a matter of not question answer, also decision making then and there. So it was a very important meeting that air hostess cannot replace the pilot. So we cannot send delegation to take this serious matter, which is the life and death of Kenyans. Thank you, Excellency Speaker, sir. Thank you.
Yes, I agree. Air hostess cannot replace the pilot. Honorable Mbandi, you want to weigh in on to this matter?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, actually, I wanted to make some comments on the earlier statement, but it's the same thing, Mr. Speaker. It's similar.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Honorable Mbandi. I'm told there's students from St. Francis. Are they there? Students from St. Francis Girls High School, Laikipia North Constituency, Laikipia County, in the public gallery. They are welcome to observe the proceedings of the House. Sorry, proceed, Honorable Mbandi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, actually, I wanted to comment on the earlier statement that was presented by Honorable Lemetito, and is connected to what the Vice Chair of Health has spoken to. Mr. Speaker, my only worry in this country is why we can't just be candid with each other and accept the obvious, and which I think the Chair of Foreign Relations and take. I think the government is telling us that if they bring these students back home, they don't know where to put them and properly handle it. Just tell the country that that is the position, and then go ahead and help these students to live, if they're supposed to be in one, let them live comfortably there by giving them proper allocation of resources and continuously monitoring their well-being. Because we get scared when we see our ambassador talking as if she's completely resigned. And this is causing a lot of panic to the parents, causing panic to relatives of these children, these are our students who are out there. So to me, I would have been very comfortable if the response from the government was very candid, that we have no capacity as it is now, because we are talking about Mbagathi. I think the spaces were about 20-something, and Kenyatta was 11. The counties have been bragging they have created isolation centers. I don't know whether they have the capacity, if they don't even have capacity to deal with malaria. Malaria is killing people in Baringo and many other places. So I would have been very comfortable, Mr. Speaker, if the government came to the committee and candidly told the committee that we are still preparing ourselves. We are readying ourselves to be able to manage this menace or this outbreak, should it occur here.
instead of lying that they have the capacity, it is not possible to remove our citizens from that country, yet there are many, many countries which have already evacuated their members from that place. So I think the chairs of both committees need to hold these ministers, these cabinet secretaries, to be candid with Kenyans, to be forthright and tell us the truth. If we know the truth, then we will live with it. But if you try to dodge and pretend that we have the capacity and you cannot evacuate because others are not evacuating, there are countries which are evacuating their members from that place because they have the capacity to handle the possible eventuality. We don't have as a country, and we should own up and say we have no capacity to handle this virus should it break out in Kenya, and that is why we are being careful. If that was said to Kenyans, no Kenyan would push the government to return anybody home. Instead, we will now push them to provide funding for them to be able to survive where they are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Central Imenti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the chance given to contribute on what has been said by the Vice Chairman of...
Not to contribute, just to make some
comment, to make some comment, Mr. Speaker.
1 minute,
yes.
because this is not
make
business.
Some comment.
This is not business.
Yes,
so
to comment.
No contribution.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, to give for giving me this chance to give a comment on what has been said by the Chairman of Defense and the Committee of Health, Vice Chairman. Mr. Speaker, sir, as it is, I think the country, the statements given by the permanent secretaries and the Minister for Defense shows that we are not taking this disease seriously as it is. The country as it is, we are at risk because we have people who are traveling now and then, and we have foreigners whom we cannot confirm if they are coming from the places where this epidemic took place or not. Especially in the estates which we are staying in, we are finding new faces now and then. And when we inquired from the Minister for Foreign Ministers, our Minister for Foreign Minister and Public Relations, she was unable to tell us how we can tell if these visitors who are coming to us, they are coming from the places where this problem originated from or not. We're trying to inquire if she could tell us, she could tell us the sanctity of these new arrivals, if they have been screened or if they have been quarantined before they could come to Kenya. She was unable to comment on the same. To us, that's why we said that it was just casual answers. More to that, this worker who works in the Kenya at the JKA, Jomo Kenyatta International Airport.
This is debate. Honestly, now you are talking about your estate, you are talking about an employee.
We are saying that because it took Kenya's
that
interest.
Is enough now. That
he was
is enough.
dismissed.
I said
Mr.
1
Speaker,
minute.
sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Amalwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the coronavirus, it is a global epidemic, Mr. Speaker, which needs extraordinary measures, Mr. Speaker. We salute His Excellency the President, the measures put in place, but we call upon Sarah Sarem, wherever she is, Mr. Speaker, at least to improve in terms of diplomatic relations so that the Kenyans, whoever they are in Wuhan, as we empathize with them, those rations, Mr. Speaker, should be increased. And the 15,000 that was sent, Mr. Speaker, this is nothing. And I'm also requesting, if it's possible, the parents, right now they are so stressed, Mr. Speaker, if some psychological support in terms of counseling can also be provided to the parents. I really sympathize and empathize with the parent who was on the top of the newspaper of our nation. All the 3 children, Mr. Speaker, they are on the other side, and he said he cannot get more children. I think this is a global issue. It should be actually declared a national disaster. And the 239 passengers who were allowed to land here, the court said they should be traced and they should be quarantined under a KDF facility. Up to now, we don't know where they are. I was in the bank yesterday, Mr. Speaker, when I saw Chinese coming in. Many Kenyans were running away from the bank. It's a serious matter, Mr. Speaker. So it is important that this issue, Mr. Speaker, we can't even operate Till in the month, Mr. Speaker, they had to quarantine that particular customer. It was actually in the cooperative bank yesterday. Then there were 2 Chinese of them. One came, Mr. Speaker, then they had to be quarantined. Till he had to give full disclosure that he has never traveled, he has been here more than 5 years. So it is something that is bringing a lot of stress. Anxiety is also there, Mr. Speaker. And the government, on a matter that is extraordinary, we need some extraordinary measures, Mr. Speaker, to be able to know what the government is doing to assure Kenyans how are they mitigating this global epidemic, Mr. Speaker, of this coronavirus. We are scared, Mr. Speaker. Just drop any Chinese here. Even you will take off from that seat, Mr. Speaker. Everybody will find his way out. It is indeed something that is very, very, very serious. This is the time we need to understand what is the level of preparedness that our country has at the moment when we move forward, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Wajir South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to contribute to this particular statement in the sense that it is a very serious matter. It is a matter that really concerns the entire country, not only the entire country, but because it is a pandemic, and the epidemiological terminology pandemic particularly means for the layman is that it is a disease that is that occurred within, around the world. So it is not confined to a particular place. In other words, it's no longer endemic in the sense that what is endemic is what is found within the border of that particular area or region. And now that it has become pandemic, it means that it has gone around the world. What really worries me is that it's not about stopping the Chinese aircrafts, but also stopping other aircrafts as well, because it has become pandemic. It has crossed borders and boundaries, and therefore it is prevalent, I would say, in the epidemiological terminology, if I can use that. It is prevalent now, however pandemicity that we may consider, in many other parts of the world. And therefore it is a condition that we need to worry all about. We want to thank the President for organizing a task force. For me, within that task force, I would like to see expertise in that particular field, in infectious and communicable diseases that really needs to be looked at. One of the other suggestions that I would have put on forward is border protection unit. Border protection unit that is specific to pandemics. Now, what do I mean by that? What I mean is that particular unit that stays in our borders, in the entries of that, to be able to identify and control this disease. And therefore, I'm quite glad that I've contributed to that particularly. But really, this needs to be emphasized. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Comments. I don't know. Is it so difficult, or is it because of this thing you call bonga points? That it, member for Gilgil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to just make a short comment on the statement made by my chair, Honorable Kato Lemezito. And Mr. Speaker, the issue of the importance of this discussion cannot be gainsaid. And I think what we didn't get from the Minister, from the CS of Foreign Affairs, is the confidence that the country is well prepared, Mr. Speaker. And one issue, we have an issue with even the comments of our envoy, Ambassador Sarah Serem. The moment she comes on TV and it looks like has been defeated, Mr. Speaker, it almost makes us feel desperate. And I think now that there is a task force to deal with this issue, it will be very critical that the right information be channeled to the public. They must have consistent and calculated and well prepared for press releases almost daily, Mr. Speaker. Because what is happening right now is almost getting xenophobic, Mr. Speaker, because every Chinese you see, people are running away from any Chinese they see and they think they are all carrying the disease. Mr. Speaker, it also strains the relationship between the two countries. And recently you saw an abduction of a Chinese national in Dagoretti. So I think it's all related. And I think it's very important that this task force, following what the President has directed, gives consistent information that is factual and timely so that the confidence is restored to the country that we are actually able to handle this pandemic and are prepared in case so that people even understand what is the difference between isolation and quarantine, because they don't even understand, Mr. Speaker. So I hope that this team will be able to consistently communicate, to be able to give confidence to the citizenry and to this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As per the order, member for Igembe North.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to clarify something about the general attitude and the comments regarding the students or Kenyans who are actually stuck in one city. And what we are not noting is just simple use of English, all of us. We are getting mixed up with the populism and the truth. The truth is the place is under quarantine. Quarantine means nobody who is in that town is able to move from one street to another. It is not accessible by both land, air, and sea. So those people who are blaming the ambassador or the government or asking parents to come and parade in the national newspapers is a waste of time. Ask Kenyans who are there in China, in those cities, to relax. Keep under the quarantine. After they keep under the quarantine, the Kenyan government says they are in touch with them. That should be enough if they are in a WhatsApp group. But we should not tell untruths to the country as leaders that there is something the Kenyan government is unable to do, or the ambassador, when we know they will not be allowed to move anywhere. It is actually the ones who are in Kenya we should be embarrassed about. That they come here, we ask them to have self-quarantine when nobody can be able to adhere to the terms of the self-quarantine or can be able to indicate whether it is being done. So what we need is to ask our government to make sure that those who have traveled in vulnerable areas, now like Iran or Kuwait or Italy, when those people come here, should be put under supervised quarantine, not voluntary. If you want them voluntary, you are inviting calamity for this country. And also make sure we are prepared when the time comes, because it is about when, not even when it happens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Alego Songa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I really agree with government. But on this one, I think I want to agree with the statements as read by the chairman of Foreign Relations. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, we are actually asking government to import coronavirus into this country by insisting that those students who are stuck in China should be allowed to come back. The truth of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is that China is a developed country with a lot of resources, and because they have, our envoy has confirmed that she's in touch with the students, and the Kenya government is also sending support, I think that is satisfactory. Otherwise, if we insist that the students need to come back here to Kenya because their parents are not happy, then I think we will actually be importing the virus into Kenya. And the truth of the matter is that we don't have capacity to manage. Honorable Speaker, I know that we don't have even systems to test. I learned that we may even need to ask other countries to test for us whether it is coronavirus or not. So, Honorable Speaker, I think this House needs to trust the government, because it's actually most of us who are not trusting government. Just like other Kenyans who think that anything that comes out of government is not right, you know. But I think, Honorable Speaker, the answers that were given by the CS for Foreign Relations were satisfactory, because I listened to her as she was speaking before the committee. And I think let's end this debate and allow government to guide us on how to manage coronavirus. We have, the government has already agreed that they are not going to allow the airlines to come in. And this is something that we should just agree and work with the government. Let us not insist that we bring the students back, we do 1, 2, 3. We are not experts, we are just lawmakers, you know, and when experts come before us to give us the truth of the matter, then we want to go and look for answers ourselves. Honorable Speaker, you know, some of my colleagues went to Somalia to look for answers for insecurity in Northeastern Province. And that is something beyond their capacity and mandate. It's the same thing that I'm seeing here, where now members of parliament want to go and look for answers for coronavirus. Let us leave the government to resolve this issue and let us follow what they are going to do. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Suba North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, let me just say that I wish to strongly disagree with the member for Alego Usonga. First of all, I didn't like the way the government initially dealt with the issue of the coronavirus. We were a bit too casual about it. If you can see the way, if you look at any international media right now, there's hardly any news other than the issue of coronavirus, but especially because of the capacity to clear populations, because nobody actually knows how to handle it. How can you tell us that Kenyan people know how to handle it? If Kenyan personnel here are that qualified, why can't they be taken to China to deal with this issue? Mr. Speaker, nobody is qualified. It is something we don't understand. It's almost like things we watch in movies, in sci-fi movies. And Mr. Speaker, because of that, what we needed to have done is to take extraordinary measures. And those extraordinary measures is what we are not seeing. Today you have just mentioned an extraordinary measure, which is cancelling the Commission on the Status of Women. Some of us who are not going under parliament who are going on our own capacity, because it's that important to us as women. But it has been cancelled. That is an extraordinary measure. But when the government tells you go and self-quarantine, and we have several informal settlements in this country, Mr. Speaker, let us not cushion the government even when it is doing wrong. This is our life. And if you look at the symptoms of this virus, it is like any other malaria. It manifests like typhoid fever. It manifests like the common cold, and which every other Kenyan every day has. In my house, there's somebody now with a common cold. I don't know if it is coronavirus, Mr. Speaker. So you cannot tell us that we have experts in this country. Our experts do not know anything right now. Nobody knows anything about it.
Maybe Honorable Millie, they should self-quarantine.
Mr. Speaker, I think I will lock some of them in the toilet. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, at this rate, I think we need to be serious about the way we are handling this, and I thank the President that he gave a direction, but we still need to see extraordinary measures. As I'm speaking, I have a cousin called Lizanne, and the husband Toby and the children who are stuck in China. And I keep update with them every day to see how they are going. It is a difficult situation, but they didn't choose it, and that is how it is. But really, we must be serious and know how serious it is. If you listen to what people are telling you, people are stuck in square rooms, talking to no one. It's difficult, so that's why even psychosocial support is important. But at home, let us not even deal with
Member for Moya, now 1 minute so that we can now go to business. So, no, members, this is, I know, and I have allowed these comments because I know it is a serious matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make one comment. Mr. Speaker, as we seek statements from the Kenya government, I think it's important that we also hear from the regional bodies, some of which that we spend a lot of resources, Mr. Speaker, to know how they are working on coordination just in case this region is hit by the coronavirus. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kwanza.
Mr. Speaker, I heard from the chairman of the Foreign Affairs telling me that the government of Kenya sent 13,000 shillings to our own Kenyans who are suffering in China. My take is this, that as members of parliament and being patriotic, our fellow Kenyans are suffering. I suggest, Mr. Speaker, that if we can actually voluntarily take 20,000 from each one of us to be able to send to our people in China, I think we'll be able to assist. 13,000 shillings, and you are being told that they are sending dry food to people who are suffering. Mr. Speaker, let's do something as members of parliament. And I suggest that you can voluntarily 20,000 from each one of us, they'll be able to get 60,000 shillings to be able to keep them alive. Thank you so much.
Oh, they are hungry. Or what is it?
Yeah, they are suffering.
They want to buy. You want to buy food.
Yes, whatever it is, they can be able to use that and then buy food.
Well, of course, honourable members, as you know, I've always said that everybody who walks into this house has been sent by the electorate, and therefore maybe that's what the electorate have told him from Kwanzaa, that there is lack of food there, and you may need to. I don't know, how do you drop it? Is it by drones or? So the honorable Wanyonyi is right. You can use drones to drop the money. Let's not spend more time on this. Honorable Gitonga, finally.
Thank you, Mr.
On
Speaker.
this.
Mr. Speaker, on a Sunday, we had the privilege of meeting officers of the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority on some matters on delegated legislation. The question to them was, how exactly are that foreign flight coming to the country and with whose authority? And their response was simple. They were not to blame. Kenya has not banned any airline from flying into the country. And that is a point of concern. Because in most of these countries world over, they are actually slowly banning flights from areas that are afflicted. And it is the high time our country also went through it to manage the situation by checking which flights are coming from high-risk areas and possibly banning those flights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well spoken, very well. Now, remember, let's go to business.
Order number 8.
I could see the father of the house has been looking for his card, but I think he has misplaced it. He may not have. I think you left it at home or some other place that you may have spent the night. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Inquiry into the challenges facing the Coffee Research Institute. Question to be put.
Honourable members, debate on this motion was concluded, and what remained was for the question to be put, which I hereby do. That this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on its inquiry into the challenges facing the Coffee Research Institute, laid to the table of the House on Tuesday, November 26, 2019. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say no? The ayes have it. And I think, honourable members, because I know maybe some of you, even though you have voted in the affirmative, you may not even have read the report. It is important to go and look for the report. You can have it even in these gadgets. Go through it. It will help you even when you are doing your weekend functions. And especially the Honorable Jimmy Angwenyi. Yes. Because I know you are not, you need it hard copy. Very well, next order.
Order number 9, motion. Report on audited financial statements for the Wezo Fund and the Women Enterprise Fund. Resumption of debate.
Who was on the floor? Honourable members, this is a position with regard to this report. Report was moved, motion was moved by the Honourable Zioka Kivaso, the member for Mboni, who unfortunately is not in the chamber now, and seconded by the Honourable Kevin Wanyonyi, member for Kwanzaa, and therefore anybody is at liberty to contribute. I see the first one on the list is the member for Alego Usonga.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak on the report on the audited statements of the Uwezo Fund. Honorable Speaker, I have gone through this report and I agree with this report entirely. I wanted to say, Honorable Speaker, that I am one of the members of Parliament who's been heavily affected by the operations of the Uwezo Fund, whereby we have not been able to disburse a single coin since I took over. Honorable Speaker, this is the reason why this has happened is because of the rule which requires that only those people who have recovered more than 50% of their disbursements are allowed to continue undertaking further disbursements. Honorable Speaker, when I took over, my predecessor did not manage this fund very well, and the funds were disbursed to phantom groups that have become very difficult to recover, coupled with the fact that the Uwezo Fund does not allocate sufficient resources for the committee, the committee on the ground to be able to operate. And I love one of the recommendations in the report that is asking the board to allocate at least 5% of the allocations to the committee for operations. I want to agree with them, Honorable Speaker, because this is going to ensure that, first of all, the committee on the ground is able to run around together with the other agencies to recover the resources. But also, I find that the regulation that you can only disburse once you have recovered more than 50% of the disbursements is punitive. And I agree with the report also, because that is also what has been outlined in the report, that we need to possibly amend this regulation and allow groups that are doing very well, that are in good business and are paying up, to be allowed to take more Uwezo Fund resources. So, Honorable Speaker, I think this is really what may be affecting a number of us, and which is interfering with the operations of this fund, because of my team's inability to recover these resources from these phantom groups. The resources I have in the account are lying idle, and also that we cannot be able to receive further resources into the city of Kitty for my constituency. So, Honorable Speaker, I think this audit report is been properly done, and I want to urge the House to pass it so that the resolutions that are contained in there can be immediately implemented to allow this fund to create impact on the ground. Also, one of the objectives of this fund is to facilitate groups to be able to benefit from the other resources in government, such as the 30% allocation of tenders reserved for the youth groups and women. And, Honorable Speaker, on this one also, I think that there has not been sufficient capacity for the constituency committees to train groups to be able to benefit from these resources. I want to urge that this report, once it is passed by this House, should be adopted immediately and resolutions passed to allow this fund to be more effective. The audit report which we are going through here, Honorable Speaker, I find that it is actually addressed some of the challenges that this fund has and that this fund has experienced over the years. And I think if it is passed today, we are going to ensure that the fund benefits Kenyans as envisaged. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
Member for Suba North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support. And Mr. Speaker, in supporting, I want to be very brief. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the intention of Uwezo Fund and even Women Enterprise Fund was to build the capacity of women and to enable women, especially in times when getting formal jobs is very difficult, to be self-employed. Mr. Speaker, however, you notice from the report that uptake is very low in a lot of the constituencies. And Mr. Speaker, the reason is because of the issue of the lack of capacity. Mr. Speaker, what I would wish is that that we reform the fund, Mr. Speaker, so that at the very first, Mr. Speaker, what it would do is to build capacity. And after that, Mr. Speaker, we should, even before we talk about the loan, is to give grants. And after women have developed and matured, Mr. Speaker, and the youth, then we can think about giving the loans. Mr. Speaker, I would also want to say that we must, as a parliament, think of reforming our loan laws, Mr. Speaker, because we have situations and circumstances where we find other loaning entities going into homes, creating crisis in homes. Mr. Speaker, I know, for instance, in my constituency, there are loaning facilities that remove roofs from houses, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is against human rights of persons, Mr. Speaker, and should not be allowed and should not be encouraged, Mr. Speaker. Because when you deny a person the right to shelter, Mr. Speaker, that is not proper. If you want, Mr. Speaker, then if somebody has given the land as a guarantee, then get the land. But you cannot remove the roof over somebody's head. And where do you expect them to go, especially ancestral homes? And we even have situations where people's cattle have been taken. And even when we are granting those loans, we must also be very clear and knowledgeable about cultural issues. Mr. Speaker, ordinarily it is presumed that the cattle belongs to the man traditionally. So when a woman borrows a loan and then you go and take the cattle in the home, you are creating a crisis in the home. So there are many people who have been divorced because of such things. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, for the recommendations that I would want to give to reform it, I support.
I believe the chairman of the committee was not present, and that's why he wants to contribute. Honorable Kadhuri Muronge.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to also give my input to this important report. Honorable Speaker, we did interrogate the CEO of this fund, and also this report to the honorable members also includes the Women Enterprise Fund. It's two reports in one. So, Mr. Speaker, the challenges that have been outlined, especially by the honorable member for Arego Songa, are exactly what is in the report, and I can see he really went through the report keenly. Because one of the challenges, Mr. Speaker, you know, when this money was disbursed by the government, Jubilee government in the year 2013-14, most of the people, most of the groups which took this money assumed it was political money. And from inception, there are so many constituencies which did not repay this loan. Every constituency was given approximately 16 million. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, most of the constituencies did not operate properly within that time. And therefore, even today, as we speak, there are many constituencies, members of parliament in this house, their constituencies are not even, they don't have gazetted committees, ways of fund committees in the respective constituencies. And this, Mr. Speaker, has hampered even recovery, because what we got from the accounting officer is that the groups which were registered then are now non-functional. They took the money, but they are not functional now. And this fund has lost 4 billion Kenya shillings, which the bond, or the ways of fund bond, does not know whether they will recover that money again or not. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I also challenge the honorable members to really follow up this matter in their constituencies. Those constituencies which have no gazetted committees means there is no existence of that fund in their constituencies. And Mr. Speaker, this fund was really meant well to assist women, youth, and the people living with disabilities. But the performance of this fund is not very impressive, because I think they are operating almost at 50%. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, the challenges which the members are mentioning, especially on the 50% recovery, so that you can be able to disburse the loans to the groups, is one of the factors or one of the problems that we consider shouldn't be reviewed by the bond.
to at least 25%. So if you recover at least 25%, you are able to disburse to the groups. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, there are so many constituencies with even 7 million, 8 million in the accounts, in the Wealth Fund accounts, but they cannot be able to disburse that money to the groups because they have not attained the 50% threshold. So it is, our recommendation was that should be reviewed to at least 25%, which is not punitive. There, Mr. Speaker, you know, Wealth Fund has two patrons in every constituency. The women reps and the majority, the constituency, or no, county members of parliament, who are not in this house as we speak, are co-patrons with the respective members of parliament in the constituencies. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, you see that this performance of this loan should be the best because it has combined two members of parliament who have different interests. So it should be the best, but I don't know. The reason why it is not working is another story, Mr. Speaker. Another issue that we recommended should be reviewed is the facilitation of constituency Wealth Fund management committees. The committees that were gazetted in the constituencies that fulfilled the requirements, they have no capacity even to move because there is no facilitation for the committees. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, we recommended that the board should consider giving 5% of the fund in the constituency to those groups, and then the cabinet secretary should issue guidelines on how to allocate the allowances for the members. Mr. Speaker, if I give a few comments on Women Enterprise Fund, which is also part of the report, is that we found that Women Enterprise Fund is actually well managed, and it has really assisted many women in this country. There are constituencies which actually have an uptake of up to 450 million. Others have not been able to get even that million, even 10 million. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage members of this House to really mobilize women in their respective constituencies. The Women Enterprise Fund bond is ready to facilitate trainings in their constituencies, across the constituency to women groups, so that they can be able to benefit from this money. Actually, I wanted to commend this fund because they have really done so well. And the recovery actually in most of the constituencies is going up to 80%, 90%, and other constituencies recovery is at 100%. So I encourage my colleagues. This is one of the funds that can really impact positively in your constituencies if you take advantage of that office of the CEO Women Enterprise Fund, who is very accessible, and the bond is really overworking to assist members of parliament. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I want to thank also the members who are really passionate on contributing to the debate of these reports, because they are really giving a lot of information. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
So those who have not done the report are informed that the Women Enterprise Fund is doing very well. And these others, where the gentlemen are, you want somebody to talk about phantom groups. Maybe it's high time then we decided which direction to go when it comes to many of these funds, which are meant to assist the people at the grassroots. Member for West Mugirango? Oh. Member absent, not desiring to be present. Member for Vihiga County? Also put a card and decided to go to bed. The Honorable Danita Gatti.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to support the report of the audited accounts for both Wezo Fund and the Women Enterprise Fund. Mr. Speaker, I want from the onset to say that I'm a member of the Special Funds Accounts Committee. And really, Mr. Speaker, the CEOs of both the funds appeared before the committee, and is a true reflection of what we captured from the findings. Mr. Speaker, sir, both the Uwezo Fund and the Women Enterprise Fund in this country are basically funds that are there to facilitate affirmative action groups in this country. And Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 100 of our Constitution basically describes their affirmative action groups in terms of saying the special interest groups that are women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, sir, ideally the fund is to facilitate these special interest groups to be able to build their capacities. Mr. Speaker, sir, from the findings of the report, Mr. Speaker, we actually realize, Mr. Speaker, that the biggest challenge that these two funds have is about capacity building of our women and youth and persons with disabilities at the grassroots level. Mr. Speaker, sir, women and young people and persons with disabilities that live in our rural setups, Mr. Speaker, sir, do not have this information and they do not have this capacity. They do not know how to apply for these funds. Mr. Speaker, sir, that is a big challenge, and that is a challenge that, Mr. Speaker, the various boards need to really do to build the capacities of these groups to really promote the uptake. Mr. Speaker, sir, the uptake of these funds from the rural setups is completely wanting. I mean, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is not the uptake, and this is basically due to the lack of knowledge, Mr. Speaker, and I want to throw this to members, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to throw this to the members, because, Mr. Speaker, sir, if you look at the knowledge that is there about CDF, even at the rural setups, Mr. Speaker, it is too huge. Most of our people in rural areas, Mr. Speaker, clearly understands what CDF does. They clearly understand what the National Government Affirmative Action Fund does. But, Mr. Speaker, these funds, there is Uwezo, Women Enterprise, these other, affirmative action funds, Mr. Speaker, there is a clear lack of knowledge, Mr. Speaker. And that is why when you look at the constituencies that are actually uptaking the Uwezo Fund and the Women Enterprise Fund, Mr. Speaker, sir, you see a very big and a huge discrepancy when it comes to rural-based constituencies and urban-based constituencies. Mr. Speaker, sir, in our report and in our findings when we were doing the evaluation, you will realize that counties and constituencies that receive a lot of these 7 million, 10 million, for these groups, Mr. Speaker, are counties mostly that are measured around town. The counties of Kiambu, the counties of Nyeri, where a lot of information is, Mr. Speaker. And this is a challenge that it is very clear, Mr. Speaker, that a majority of our members are yet to capacity build and to create information and to create that knowledge amongst our women who live in rural areas. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have our regions, and I will not be shy to talk about our regions, Mr. Speaker, of Nyanza, Western. If you look at the uptake of our regions when it comes to uptake of Women Enterprise Fund and Uwezo, you realize that these areas of Mount Kenya, Mr. Speaker, the uptake of Women Enterprise Fund and Uwezo Fund is higher compared to our regions where we come from. That is a challenge, and that is a challenge that members of parliament in this house need to do. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you empower a woman, you empower her family and you empower the community. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to also say that ideally, in my own capacity as member of parliament for persons with disabilities, and I raised this in our sitting, Mr. Speaker, you will realize that even within our own, the various groups that came about, you also realize that within the special interest groups, what we are calling SIGs, you will realize that groups of persons with disabilities do not get this funding. It is very clear, Mr. Speaker, when we're talking about special interest groups in this country, who are women, who are youth, and who are persons with disabilities tend to be lost along the way. And we have our work to do, Mr. Speaker, and this is a question that we raised to the boards when we were interviewing them in our committee. And we told them to specifically and intentionally target the empowerment and capacity building of persons with disabilities in the counties and constituencies to be able to access these funds. Mr. Speaker, sir, we raised a concern when it came to the management of these funds at the constituency level. Mr. Speaker, sir, Uwezo Fund and Women Enterprise Fund are basically somehow managed by the women representative and by the member of parliament of that constituency. Mr. Speaker, sir, you realize that there is still a lot of work that needs to be done between these two members of parliament to be able to ensure that timely gazettement, because you realize, Mr. Speaker, sir, that there were counties or constituencies that actually did not have a representation and that is gazetted in the National Gazette. So that means, Mr. Speaker, those counties and constituencies whose members are not gazetted, they do not actually receive their funds. So you realize, Mr. Speaker, that we were also wondering how then do we empower people who our own selves have not made sure that we actually provide their names to be gazetted to be able to access these funds. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to throw this to even our members, that even as we talk about empowering our women and our youth and our persons with disability, these three people, Mr. Speaker, go together. You cannot empower a woman and you leave a person with disability and you empower youth. These three groups that constitute the special interest groups, as stipulated, Mr. Speaker, in Article 100 of our Constitution, need to be respected, Mr. Speaker, so that we are also ensuring that nobody is basically left behind. Mr. Speaker, sir, the 5% that the committee where I sit proposed should actually be immediately implemented to ensure that within our own constituencies where this fund is found, you will realize, Mr. Speaker, that the staff or the committees that manage these funds are basically probably the members who are actually employed still by the member of parliament in that constituency, Mr. Speaker. So it has to be very, very clear, and that is why in our committee we actually suggested that the board actually of these funds consider allocating 5% that is basically to support capacity building. Mr. Speaker, right now they do not have funds that supports them. So they think that, this is a responsibility of the member of parliament. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, sir, if you look at the knowledge of these funds, Wezo Fund and Women Enterprise Fund at the community level, it is still lacking simply because people know and understand the much sensitization that has gone around CDF. Everybody knows about CDF, Mr. Speaker. If a child is born today, he or she will understand CDF more than the Women Enterprise Fund and the Wezo Fund. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to throw this challenge to members of parliament that we really need to do a lot of capacity building for our people at the grassroots level, Mr. Speaker, sir, so that these women are able to really uptake and take this fund. Mr. Speaker, sir, you have seen when it comes to this there are so many Shylocks in our villages. A long time ago, we used to have the women, what we were calling the women enterprise fund that basically was not properly managed. We also realized that, Mr. Speaker, we had other institutions that came in and they could actually even take, what is called, the roofing and the chairs and things like that, because the women at the constituency level, once a woman is not empowered to understand what collateral means, Mr. Speaker, a woman will basically put collateral, and that is the collateral that all these Shylocks and all these money lenders basically go to, to disenfranchise women at the constituency level. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to support the report, and Mr. Speaker, say that we really have a lot of work to do as members of parliament to bring our people at the grassroots level to the same level that they understand CDF, for example. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank and to support the report. Thank you.
Honorable Soti. Member for Igembe South, Paul Mwirege.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this time or this moment, Mr. Speaker, to contribute to this report, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Wezo Fund and Youth Fund, Mr. Speaker, these are the money which are set aside to facilitate the young people of this country, the women and the people living with disability, so that they can at least start their own businesses or develop themselves, Mr. Speaker. But there are limitations which are hindering them, Mr. Speaker, to access or them from accessing the funds. That is the 50% which is put there, so that when a constituency or a sub-county contributes up to 50%, Mr. Speaker, they access the fund, Mr. Speaker. But there are some of the groups which are more active and which normally work to work and do the repayment of the fund within the time limit or within the required time from this fund, Mr. Speaker. But in some of our constituencies, Mr. Speaker, up to now, we have not given any amount or we have not given the money. This is because when the money was released towards election, and the people who were borrowing the money were being told that, Mr. Speaker, this fund were not supposed to be given back or to be repaid, Mr. Speaker. So there is, that was the reason which contributed to the delay of the repayment of this fund. And when you use the chiefs, Mr. Speaker, to persuade the people who borrowed, or the groups which borrowed the money, Mr. Speaker, they refused to give back the money because they were told that the money was given as a token during that campaign period, Mr. Speaker. So it is, there is a need of giving some fund which can facilitate the managers or the people who work in Uwezo Fund in the constituency, Mr. Speaker, so that they can create awareness to the groups which normally borrow this money, so that at least we can have a good number of the groups which can will be borrowing this fund for them to get assistance. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the threat which normally are given from this ministry, Mr. Speaker, whereby you are a young person, you have started business, maybe you have bought a cow the other day, but you are threatened that that cow will be taken. Some fear to borrow the money because they don't know if when a person or when that person borrow the money, Mr. Speaker, if we will get something to repay the loan which he has borrowed, Mr. Speaker. So there is this ministry, or they are supposed to put aside some money which will create awareness to the people, or to the women, to the youth, and to the people who are living with the disability, so that they can know how they can access the money, how they are required to be paying back the money, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, this fund also, they should create a way whereby they can be giving the small business, people who are starting business, Mr. Speaker, some grant, so that maybe somebody can start his or a business, or a group can start its own business, with, whereby after that group has started the business, can now have a confidence to borrow some fund, or to borrow a loan which they can pay later, Mr. Speaker. So I recommend that, Mr. Speaker, it is good for the ministry to give a proper guideline to the groups which are borrowing this money, so that the young people of this country can utilize the fund, Mr. Speaker. Bearing in our minds that in the concluded census, Mr. Speaker, the young people of this country are around 73%. And this 73%, Mr. Speaker, they are not employed, or are not employed, Mr. Speaker. And if we can make a proper utilization of this fund, Mr. Speaker, this country will not experience the insecurity which we normally experience, because we experience these insecurities because most of the young people of this country, they lack jobs, and somebody squeezes himself where he can fit so that he can survive, Mr. Speaker. So the provision, at least of 5% of this fund also should be put aside to facilitate the managers, as I have earlier said, so that all the people can be aware of all or the activities which are meant to be done by this fund, Mr. Speaker. With that, I beg to support the report. Thank you.
Member for Gilgil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support this report of the audited financial statements of the Uwezo Fund and the Women Enterprise Fund. And Mr. Speaker, this fund has been a game changer in many constituencies, especially to those people who have been able to manage it well. But Mr. Speaker, the genesis of this fund, having been a political fund, so to say, that was the fund that was to do the runoff in case it happened in 2013, almost made the beneficiaries think that it was a political gift. And Mr. Speaker, most of us who are new constituency representatives, when we came in, it was very difficult to get this money to be recovered because most of them will tell you, the former MP gave us the money. Why are you trying to get the money from us? It was a gift from us. And Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, I've had to actually use the chiefs and the assistant chiefs to make sure I've raised my recovery. Because if you don't raise it to 50%, the disbursements are stopped. And Mr. Speaker, the importance of this loan is that it is not only 0% in terms of interest, it also gives you a grace period of 6 months to be able to start paying, Mr. Speaker. So in terms of those who have benefited, I want to say in my constituency, I've been lucky. We have been able to raise this recovery, Mr. Speaker, but it has not been a walk in the park. In fact, if you're not careful, it will also affect you politically because it looks like you have to chase people in their houses to be able to pay. And Mr. Speaker, some of these groups were actually formed haphazardly, and they access the money, they get 100,000, then they sit down and say, now let us divide this money amongst ourselves, and it is usually very hard to actually trace it and get the money paid back. But Mr. Speaker, I want to just talk to a few issues. I know there are many audit queries, and I want to look at different, like 3 points, Mr. Speaker. One, the issue of conflict with GAF. The women representatives who are also represented in the Uwezo Fund are actually running another fund called GAF. This fund, Mr. Speaker, is usually given as a grant. It is very hard, unless we do enough education, for members to understand and for members of the public to understand that if you get GAF and you don't pay, when it comes to Uwezo Fund, you must pay back. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the national repayment percentages between the Women Enterprise Fund and the Uwezo Fund, you will see a major discrepancy that favors Women Enterprise Fund. In my constituency, Mr. Speaker, Gilgil, the repayment rate for Women Enterprise Fund is 98.9%. Almost all the women that get the money from Women Enterprise Fund pay it back. It is not the same with Uwezo as a Uwezo Fund, Mr. Speaker. We have a serious challenge with the young people, and Mr. Speaker, women have a tendency to pay back their liabilities, and I think that is one reason the Women Enterprise Fund is very successful compared to Uwezo Fund. We are having a challenge with the young people in terms of repayment of this money, and Mr. Speaker, we must come up with, and the board must come up with ideas of how best to make sure that this recovery goes up. Mr. Speaker, the issue of training, and I want to quote Gilgil constituency. We have 1,348 square kilometers of land, Mr. Speaker, to cover. This Uwezo Fund team and committee has no facilitation at all to be able to go around that constituency. Mr. Speaker, if you tell someone to come from Gashuma, the end of that constituency, neighboring Narok, to come to Gilgil town where the offices are, they will spend 1,000 bob to be able to come and go back. Even if they are coming for training, Mr. Speaker, to get money, to get 50,000, it does not make economic sense. It would be better if this committee is facilitated just the way the CDF has quantums in terms of what you can spend on. Let us have a percentage, let it be agreeable, 5% of this to go to administration. Let us enable this committee to go around the constituency to actually enforce the training, not only the training, but also the recovery of the money. And Mr. Speaker, when the groups are trained, you can bet it is very difficult for them to sit down and share that money amongst themselves as we see today. They will be able to put it to good use, to be able to pay back at the right time. Mr. Speaker, this grace period is very important for members and the public. I know myself I've been able to disperse. In fact, very soon, I'm disbursing 3.6 million in my constituency to groups, and I've already gotten the authority to incur the expenditure to my team. But, Mr. Speaker, it has not been a walk in the park. You make enemies because recovering this money, using the sub-chiefs, using the chiefs, they make you political enemies, Mr. Speaker. So until we get proper guidelines, proper regulations to be able to make sure that people understand from the beginning, despite that the start of it was a political fund, it is not free money. It has to be paid back, only that it will be paid zero interest. So I know, Mr. Speaker, to be able to make this successful, these teams, these youth officers in the constituencies need money, need vehicles. I have to actually facilitate them from my pocket most of the time to go and reach to those members who are in the villages, Mr. Speaker. So I hope that this we can agree, and the CS and through the board, make sure that they set aside 5% should be the minimum that we give this committee to be able to run and to be able to raise the recoveries. Mr. Speaker, I think we'll also have to get away of making sure that issues of embezzlement of these funds are also taken very seriously. In this report, Mr. Speaker, if you scan it, they have said that from 19 constituencies, there are a bit of embezzlement of funds issues, Mr. Speaker. We need to see action so that every other committee in every other constituency know that this is public money, they will be subject to public scrutiny, and they will be subject to the laws of this country, Mr. Speaker, if you touch anything that belongs to the public. Mr. Speaker, if those are able to be covered, we'll be able to raise the awareness of this fund. And Mr. Speaker, this fund, I know a group in my constituency that almost every time, I think they have gotten more than 500,000. A group of women from a place we call Dot. They buy land and they sell. That group today, they are elderly women, are doing very well. In fact, I send other younger people to go and read from them, to benchmark from those women. So, Mr. Speaker, if it is managed well, with proper guidelines, with proper regulations, this fund can be able to help so many people in the countryside to be able to raise their standards and improve, especially in these economic times. And with those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Member for Bore, Rendikere Morvidania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also like to support this report, but, Mr. Speaker, as many speakers have said, one of the factors affecting the operations and performance of Wezo Fund is lack of financial support to the officers and the committee. Mr. Speaker, Bole constituency is one of the largest beneficiaries of this fund. While our collection rate is 97%, we have been able to bring on board new groups. But Mr. Speaker, you always find that where regulations are not properly formulated, and also given the fact that the kind of activities some of these groups are performing agricultural based, when there is drought in some part of the country, when they are not able to perform the activities that borrowed money for, you find the repayment is affected. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that the Wezo Fund need to do is to have a mitigating arrangement. Mr. Speaker, you find there are times when there is death occurs among the groups. There is a crop failure. There are diseases. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to have a situation of having some insurance arrangement when certain risks occurs that affect the members from repaying their money. Mr. Speaker, the old groups are able to pay, but you find that the new ones cannot get the loans until the old groups are paid their loans. Mr. Speaker, I think there should not be any relationship between the already existing groups and the new groups, so that the new groups cannot be given money until when the old groups have cleared the repayment. Even if they put the threshold of 50%, still they don't strictly follow that. They insist that it must be over 90%. Mr. Speaker, I think one of the things that this fund needs to look at is having men involved in some of these groups. Mr. Speaker, you find there are so many men who are willing to apply for the loans, but because of the requirement that there must only be women and disabled, men are disadvantaged in this. So in as much as we are supporting the performance of Wezo Fund, we also have a change in the regulation that men also need to apply for Wezo Fund. Mr. Speaker, somebody said that, one member said, the people with disabilities are not given support. I'm happy to say that in my constituency, we have at least 5 new groups made up of disabled, and they are performing extremely very well. But as it is, Mr. Speaker, you always find the officers and the committees, some committees will always discriminate against people with disability because they don't see them as having the capacity to repay the loans. So I think it's the high time, Mr. Speaker, that the officers who are posted to the constituencies, and particularly those who will be evaluating the people with disability, they need to be special people who really understands the problems of disabled people. Mr. Speaker, you know, some of these disabled groups, they are into making items because they can't farm. They'll make chodos, baskets, shoes, etc. And sometimes it's very difficult to get instant market for those products. This means that they need flexibility in the time that they are required to pay the loan. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the biggest problem is the way the regulations were formulated. They need to be relooked at. We need to have a mitigating factor, which is insurance. When death occurs, when sickness occurs, when the crop failure occurs. Mr. Speaker, the training, and I've observed the training by some of these officers. We are not talking about the committees. What we are seeing is some of these officers in the field, they seem not to have any idea on how they need to conduct the trainings. Mr. Speaker, you also find they lack training materials. There is no standardized training materials for the field staff. So I think the high time that the fund, WESO Fund, Youth Enterprise Fund, and Women Enterprise Fund come up with the standardized training programs and equip the trainers. Mr. Speaker, Bole is not one of those constituencies which do not have the committee. We were the first allocated. But we are the first among the top constituencies that aren't their committees gazetted. But Mr. Speaker, and I want to repeat this, the old groups the new groups should not be treated as the old groups. Let the management accord the new groups, because that is where expansion is. So that those who are willing to apply for the loans, they need to be given the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support with those adjustments. Thank you very much.
Member for Karachuonyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me the opportunity to support this report. Mr. Speaker, the history of WESO Fund in my constituency, and I believe in other constituencies as well, started at a very low space. You find that a number of beneficiaries never knew that they were going to pay this money back. So the level of repayment is not really satisfactory. Early after we joined the 12th Parliament, it happened that we were asked to put the new committees in place. And since that time, which was 2018, these people have not worked. The committee members have been there with no work at all. Reason being that we cannot give loans, and at the same time, we cannot engage these committee members effectively. We were required to ensure that 50% of the loans which were given are recovered. But then there is no money that the committee can use even to go around and get the beneficiaries pay the loan. We have a problem which actually needs to be sorted out. And on this score, I do congratulate the report before, the people who did the report before us, because they were suggesting 5% of whatever money allocated to go for administration and the rest, which means to also use that money for recovery and to give allowance to the committee members. If this is done, then I believe we are going to be able to make this fund active. As we speak, it is not active at all. I also support the idea that the report contains of reducing the amount to be recovered first before we get the money in use, the 25% suggested. I think that one should be implemented immediately so that we can be able to operationalize the WESO fund. I believe if all these are done, we should be able to make this fund useful to the people, because as we speak, the level of recovery is very, very low, especially in a place like my constituency. I'm told they were even told that this is a political fund. And once you relate it to politics, it means if you go fast with the recovery, you might find you lose some votes because of that. So we have been going slow, but making sure that some recovery is made. Mr. Speaker, sir, I ask that this money can be released for use immediately without pegging us to the 50% that was originally required. In fact, I would say it's required even now before we put money into use. With this, Mr. Speaker, I do say that I support the report and would wish that it's implemented immediately so that we can be able to get people benefit from this fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for having given me the opportunity to contribute to this report. Thank you.
Member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute on this motion and report by the Special Funds Committee. Honorable Speaker, it is important that we appreciate from the word go that the WESO Fund and Women Enterprise Fund were noble ideas to support the vulnerable groups, the unbankable, and those who would not achieve or not afford to get funding from the mainstream banks to start businesses, expand businesses, and sustain businesses. Honorable Speaker, it is important from the word go, we also appreciate that the uptake of these funds have reported various success and failure in various parts of this country. Honorable Speaker, when most of us took over the management of the constituencies in 2017, it became apparent that we had very many challenges. The way the fund was rolled out in the first term, it was as if it was a political gift to various members of the community. So the recovery rate was so poor that it was practically impossible to motivate the youth and the women and people with disability to borrow funds. Honorable Speaker, I would commend this on WESO Fund in my constituency, Funyula. First of all, Honorable Speaker, I must commend that since we took over, we have managed to give funds to more than 25 groups, some being the first takers, some being second takers, some even being on their third disbursement. Honorable Speaker, as we stand here now, we have reported a 56% improvement in recovery. Our recovery level now stands at 56%, but when I took over, we had about 27%. We have had to use ingenious ways to get these groups pay. However, Honorable Speaker, as it has been indicated in the report, 3 issues stand out very clear. Number one, lack of facilitation of the committees. Honorable Speaker, it's practically impossible for recovery to be successful if we do not facilitate the groups. Many times in the past 1 year, in 2018, 2019, we have had to use very ingenious ways to facilitate members of the committee to go all over the constituency looking for the groups to get the money from these groups. Many times, we have had to use CDF vehicles to take them round. Many times, we have had to use private means, personal means, to take these members around. That's why I would support strongly that we must set aside part of the money to facilitate these groups to work. Many times, they have to use their personal resources. We have to use our own money to give them money to undertake recovery. Of course, Honorable Speaker, the recovery, any push for recovery has been met with resistance. There has been bad blood, but nevertheless, at times, a call of duty has to be obeyed because it would mean, if we hadn't achieved that percentage recovery, it would mean the entire constituency would have lost out on this money. The second issue, Honorable Speaker, that is also obvious, that Uwezo Fund uses youth officers in their constituencies to manage and disburse these funds. The youth officers, of course, have got other duties, and therefore, their commitment on the Uwezo Fund might not be 100%. Out of the 5% set aside for administration, if it is approved or is implemented, we should consider employing a substantive person to lead that particular office so that together with the committee, they can actually increase the penetration or to various parts of the constituencies. But Honorable Speaker, again, some cases, some groups have been denied funding for simple reason that some members in the group took loans in another group, the group that defaulted. For example, in my constituency, they were quite, in the early stages, it amounted to criminal conduct. Members would form groups, elect officials, officials would apply, get the money, and secretly share that money without involving the other members of the group. So according to Uwezo Fund records, those members took the money and refused to pay, so they have essentially been blacklisted. It would be important the Uwezo Fund committee at the national level really looks at it in totality so that we look at each peculiar case. We don't condemn and punish everybody as if it was in their mistake. Honorable Speaker, we must also put in mind that the process of approval at the head office is uncharacteristically too long. It's inordinately too long. It takes an average of about 6 to 9 months to get approval to disburse funds. By then, the business dynamics will have changed. By then, the group dynamics would have changed. The interest would have actually waned. Would therefore call upon the office in Nairobi to consider expediting the process so that within 2 to 3 months, they have given approval to disburse funds so that the real impact of the group or the fund is seen immediately. Honorable Speaker, the last disbursement we did about a month ago in my constituency, I was very proud that we had a visually impaired group, a group made up of visually impaired men and women who are given the funds. It's always my prayer that indeed they use that funds properly so that they become a reference point that if a visually impaired person group can actually utilize funds, what would prevent an able-bodied group to utilize the funds? When I look at the Women Enterprise Fund, Honorable Speaker, In my constituency and many constituencies in some parts of this country, their success rate has been very low, and simply because of the use of the financial intermediaries. In my constituency, the use of financial intermediaries, the funds were disbursed when the repayment was not due and forthcoming, due for the reasons that afflicted the Uwezo Fund, where the funds were seen as political gifts. Those intermediaries embarked on a process of auctioning and picking household items, picking livestock, picking all manner of household equipments to repay this loan. That alone was a death sentence to Women Enterprise Fund in my constituency. We must look at ways and means, probably copying the model of Uwezo Fund to disburse this Women Enterprise Fund so that their impact can be felt on the ground. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, we must appreciate that 90% or a substantial percentage of people live in rural areas and they require support to start businesses. We must also appreciate that in many times they will not have their own personal capital, and obviously nowhere in the world has anybody become rich using their own money unless you are involved in dubious activities. I would therefore encourage groups, both women, youths, and people living with disabilities, to take advantage of Uwezo Fund and Women Enterprise Fund, plus a myriad of other funds available through the Ministry of Industry and of Trade and Enterprise Development, to take funds and develop various businesses, expand businesses, so that we can get biashara mashinani operating as it was supposed to be. With those few remarks, I support the motion, Honorable Speaker.
Shall we have Honorable Mambonga Mwambu?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a member of Special Fund Committee, and we really took some time to look at this report. But I just want to make one comment, Mr. Speaker, because we realized that one fund was performing much better than the other one. And actually, the Women Enterprise Fund is actually doing very well. The recovery of their loans is above 90% across the constituency, unlike the Uwezo Fund. And what came out very clearly, Mr. Speaker, is that the Women Enterprise Fund has staff that make at least monitor even the process of vetting. They know exactly whom they're giving the money. The Uwezo Fund has a challenge because there is no staff. Once the committee releases the money, they will wait until the DC or the chief or the assistant chief calls for a meeting. And that way, Mr. Speaker, we realize that it's not possible to recover the money they've given out. Something else, Mr. Speaker, there's money that has just been stolen from the 19 constituents. Mine is included. You will realize that just millions of shillings have been withdrawn. The people who withdrew the money are well known, but they are talking of investigating. Agents are still doing their work for the last 2 years. So it's quite a big of concern, Mr. Speaker, that all these inputs that the members are making should be taken into serious consideration so that the two funds benefit the common mwananchi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the report.
Honorable Wachira Kabinga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance to contribute to this particular report. And Honorable Speaker, I really want to support the report because it's well researched and to the point. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the Uwezo Fund, which I would want to concentrate on, Mr. Speaker, this is a fund that was basically designed to contribute to the Vision 2030 to enable women, youth, and persons with disability to access funds. This is a fund that was launched on the 8th of September 2013 by none other but His Excellency the President. It is implemented under the legal notice number 21 of 2014, Mr. Speaker. But we realize that this particular fund is characterized by a number of things and challenges. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, this is one fund that was considered to be a political fund, a fund that was used by the implementers and more so the patrons to advance their political interests. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, in most of the constituencies, the performance of this particular fund is really based on how it was founded by those that were before us. And I think it's important that we officially say that while some of us are seen as if we are not implementing the fund, Mr. Speaker, the real problem originated from those that handled it in the initial stages, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, good to say that success of that fund is not dependent on the current members of parliament and women who are patrons, but more so on how it was implemented, Mr. Speaker. And it's for this reason that some constituencies, mine included, since I was elected, we've not been able to disburse any amount of money. Mr. Speaker, I bear the blame when I really wasn't there when it was initially founded. You look at the crowds that requires some certain amount of money to be recovered before you can be given any other money. And if the initial foundation was not there, if groups were not well vetted, if money doesn't flow in, it means that a member of parliament can be there for 5 years without implementing any single coin, Mr. Speaker. One of the other problems that we have is inadequate funds for capacity building. Quite often than not, some of us members of parliament would have to spend money to gather, or rather to bring together administrators, including the assistant chiefs and the DCCs, to help in the recovery of funds out there, Mr. Speaker, because there is no particular resource that we can tap into the Wezo Fund itself. And this has made it inadequate when it comes to mobilizing these particular administrators and others to help us in collecting these particular loans, Mr. Speaker. The other problem, because of the inadequate amounts that are left for administration and monitoring, the officers who are charged with the responsibility of monitoring the performance of these particular funds, Mr. Speaker, are they employed, seated in their offices, helpless because they don't have even funds to travel. They only concentrate or rather stay in their constituency offices, which is inadequate for them to monitor the performance of this particular fund. I'm particularly concerned, Mr. Speaker, that in constituencies like my constituency that has 2 sub-counties, and having the officer seated in one of the sub-counties, and that officer not able to travel, Mr. Speaker, I will never be able to recover the 50% amount that is required before I can get any other money, Mr. Speaker. And this needs to be looked into. It's also good to note that these officers who are sitting in those constituencies, they are very demotivated because they are there seated, taking their salaries, yet they are helpless. They don't have money to move around, money to enable them to execute the mandate that has been put before them, Mr. Speaker. The other challenge that we see, Mr. Speaker, and this needs to be addressed very quickly, and I'm glad it is in the report, this issue of having to peg the performance of some groups to other groups that may not be performing is very discouraging, Mr. Speaker. For those groups that want to move on, for those groups that have shown a lot of improvement, a lot of success in the use of this money. There are some groups, I'm told, that have taken this money 3-4 times, and now they are very advanced, they are moving. We can see the success. But because we still have to peg these groups with those other groups that did not perform or are not performing, then these groups now, they have no resource that we can give them. And I think this is very, very dangerous for this particular fund, Mr. Speaker. Again, another issue that I have noted, Mr. Speaker, having struggled, having put in a lot of effort, Mr. Speaker, having tried to mobilize as many of the stakeholders as possible, and having participated myself in some of these meetings, and having hit the mark of 50%, we put in our request finally for some proposals. And these proposals have been sitting in the headquarters for some time, Mr. Speaker. Another frustration. We need to understand why we cannot move on as fast as possible, despite the fact that some of us are putting in a lot of efforts to ensure that this fund succeeds. This fund can succeed, and it must succeed, because even if we don't have Uwezo Fund succeed, there would certainly be another fund at some time that will replace what Uwezo Fund is doing today. We must enable our people, and more so the youth, finding linkages also into the 30% preferential government contracting and procurement will be very important, so that this money can quickly multiply out. Mr. Speaker, this is a fund, and I would recommend to the committee that they need to sit down and make recommendations to the relevant department to restructure this fund, to professionalize it, to ensure that they also address some of the challenges that are natural calamities that affect this particular fund, Mr. Speaker. We have young men and women and people living with disability buying things like cows, Mr. Speaker, and within time they end up in dying. That's a natural calamity. It happens all the time. And when it happens, we end up in having to ask these people to find other ways of paying their loans. How would they, if they came to the government to get their loan to start off, and that start off never happened, Mr. Speaker, how will they get any other resource to pay back their loan? And there is no provision that if you took a loan and by any chance it never performed because of some natural calamity, that you can go back and get some more loan or be refunded or funded again so that you can recover. That provision is not there, and for that reason, then this particular fund is met with a lot of challenges, especially again on those natural calamities, including farming. I've seen many young men taking this fund in the past. I've followed it up. They would go hire some acreage of rice farming, and as they do so, Mr. Speaker, we end up in what we refer to as blast diseases coming in, and these people end up not recovering the money, and when they don't recover the money, they end up not being discouraged and not having to advance, and also affect other groups that may have performed in other ways. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, this is a fund that we need. This is a fund we need to restructure. This is a fund that we also need to encourage the performing groups, just like in a bank, where your rating is upgraded depending on how you do your payments. We need to do the same for this particular fund. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support this report. Thank you.
Honorable Oduol Obaka, member for Siaya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First of all, I have enjoyed utilizing, disbursing this fund when it first started in 2014. We worked pretty well from Siaya, and this money was well used, and we saw a lot of demand for this fund. We've even seen how it has benefited groups who have done very, very well. But on the other hand, we have also seen those who have misused it and have really ended up very badly. With time, since then, 2014, it has performed very poorly. One, the committees that were appointed were so discouraged because they have no funds for meetings or for, giving them transport to come for meetings to vet groups. And they are not getting a single cent for meetings. Yet, they're looking after millions of shillings and they have no 50 shillings in their pockets. So we need to put money for their administration, for their transport, for various users. For example, even 10 o'clock tea, as they vet very many groups within a day or several days, they go without funds, and we members of parliament have had to support them in doing that. I really think that is the first thing that needs to be addressed in terms of making this fund more friendly and also well utilized by other groups. The second thing is that the groups that are vetted, they rush for this money because it's easy money. It's good money in the sense that it is a loan with no interest. That is attractive enough. But when they get the loan, then the groups that have been vetted and benefited from it disband. Because they have got the easy money, they also disband very quickly, and before you know it, they are not there. So when you are going to look for them to return the funds, the groups don't exist. So something is very wrong with the way our people utilize such kind of funds. They don't take it seriously because they think it's too easy to get it. Even for those who have embezzled this fund, you don't see any punishment on them. They are just blacklisted. What is blacklisting? Once you blacklist somebody, they will not be able to access any other fund. That is not punishment. That makes them scot-free. They go free, they will not get any fund anymore, but they're happy with it because they have already enjoyed the money earlier. So there's got to be some kind of restrictions. What do we do when they embezzle funds? What do we do when groups disband after they have been allocated the funds? I think those are the nitty-gritty parts of this. There's no restriction. There's nothing strict that can bind anybody to return the money and make other people enjoy the money as well. The other thing that I've observed, that it is given in groups. There are groups, there are people on the ground who don't know how to work in groups. That rather take the fund as individuals with their own businesses. I think that must be a new way to look at this. Let us allow individuals also to access this fund if they cannot work in groups or if they are not members of any group that can benefit from it. Individuals who are doing biashara, all kind of businesses, should also be allowed to just benefit from it. And I think Women Enterprise Fund at one time told us that they are going to make that a part of their law. I don't think they've done it. Still, they insist that individuals become members of groups to be able to enjoy the facility. I just want to say lastly that there's a time last Parliament when Uwezo Fund, Women Enterprise Fund, and Youth Fund was supposed to be collapsed into one big fund. What became of it? It looked like it was very attractive to handle such fund, put it together in one big house and disburse as much as you can. That could help, I don't know. But I think that the very fact that all these funds, they act the same way. They are all funds for various groups, women, youth, and people with disability. But there are three types: youth, women, and Uwezo Fund. If they were collapsed together, there will be a lot of money in that kitty. And then groups will get a little more than what they are currently getting. A lot of them get just 100,000 for a huge group. It does not impact very, very effectively. So if the money was collapsed into one, some of my observation that opportunity to improve the fund are very high, and many people can benefit from this if we put restrictions for those who embezzle, for those who just take the money and misuse, and then there's no punishment, only that they're blacklisted. To me, those are not enough to punish anybody who has misused the fund. Otherwise, I support this, and I hope that we will be able to improve this particular fund. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Shall we have Honorable Iringo Kubai?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this report, which looked at the unreturned accounts of the WESO Fund and Women Fund. Mr. Speaker, let me start by saying that the WESO Fund and the Women Fund and whoever started the initiative, Mr. Speaker, was well thought of. It was a good idea. It was a good initiative. And the intentions were very clear, Mr. Speaker, to assist the youth of this country, the disadvantaged people of this country, the women of this country. They had an opportunity to get, to access facilities or loans to do start up businesses, improve their businesses, especially those who are in the SME category, and more so, Mr. Speaker, with affordable repayments, that is interest-free. That was a noble idea from the government from the onset. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, when these funds was started, especially the WESO Fund, there were no structures. I believe, and I think I'm not wrong to say, this fund was started haphazardly, and especially when we were going to the elections, and the implementers did not take time to do the proper structures which would govern this fund, which would govern regulations, which would govern the repayments, disbursements, and even training of the borrowers, because especially the rural people, they are ignorant of borrowing and how to service these loans. So there were structures, in the absence of structures and people having been trained on the same or how to do it, it became a big problem, Mr. Speaker. Another problem which cropped into the fund, Mr. Speaker, is when the funds were released to the sub-counties or to our constituencies, most MPs then who are vying or who had already got into parliament, they went, instead of encouraging people to borrow and pay, they were saying that this is money from the government, I'm assisting you so that they can earn some, so they can get the votes from the voters. And when that was planted in the people's minds, when they got to know that this could be money from the Jubilee government, telling us now we can have this money so that we can support the government, many people took the money, as it has been mentioned in this floor of the House. Some went with the money and refused to pay. Others went and shared the money and misused it, if I may use that word, and therefore repayment became a big problem. Thirdly, now it came to repayments and disbursements to the others, because initially we could not borrow, all the groups could not borrow at the same time. So when it came to the remaining lot of groups to pay, then these others and the first lot and refused to pay, or were slow in paying, or were ignorant in paying, or they were misguided not to pay. Then they became victims of the circumstances, in that now the rules state that you have to pay 50% before the same sub-county or the same constituency is allowed to disburse more. Mr. Speaker, like in my constituency, I have got over 10 million which has been lying in the account for quite a while, because we are at 80%. And up to now, we cannot disburse that money. And there are those people who are already waiting to be given this money. At the end of the day, the money is lying in the bank without anybody using it, and those other people have been waiting for 4 or 5 years, Mr. Speaker. That is why we need to change these rules, reduce the average absorption, whereby if at least one has spent 25%, I would agree with the just a figure, then the money can be released to other groups and they are getting more encouraged. More so, Mr. Speaker, education. People should be educated, should be trained, like what they are doing currently with the Youth Fund and the Women Fund. Those employees, in terms who have been already put into that fund, at least they are going across the constituencies. Like in my constituency, they are doing their last training today across the constituency to train the youth, the disabled, and also the women, on how to borrow this money, and they are filling those loans. But the Wezo Fund does not have that structure. More so, they don't even have employees. We are using employees from the Youth Fund. They don't have offices. They use constituency offices. They don't have transport. Most of the time, they use CDF vehicles for those constituencies which have them. So it is an half-assed way of handling this fund, which could be very beneficial to our people, to our youth and women, but unfortunately, the structures are the ones which are now wanting. Therefore, instead of having so much money lying in the bank all the time for 3, 4, 5 years, without doing anything. For example, in Gemba Central, you have got over 10 million. You go to another constituency, they have 8, they have 5, and like so. If that money is put together as billions of money, lying, doing nothing, why can't this money be sliced up so that a certain percentage of that money can facilitate these trainers, can facilitate the committee, can facilitate even the hiring of an office, so that at least things can run smoothly? Because currently, even if they want to go and follow up some loan somewhere, Mr. Speaker, they'll look for the chief. And maybe even the chief is a member of that group which you failed to pay. How do you expect the chief to assess you in that one? Sometimes they go and look for a village elder for a defaulting group. And when you go to that village elder, he is a member of that group which is defaulted. He wants to take you to those people. So that networking is not there. So it becomes a tall order for these officers. They get problems in accessing the loanees. They get problems in even themselves. How do they move around? In my constituency, I usually allocate them the vehicle so that at least they can go to look for these people and also get more people to borrow. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would buy the idea of collapsing all these monies into one kitty. Once we put this money in one kitty and it is administered from one kitty, it can be easy to...
Never received money from Youth Fund. Nobody. So sometimes I ask, so who are they lending this money to? So I think there is a need to also put a lot of money on monitoring and evaluation. The government has to find a way to make sure that they monitor and evaluate and actually go around. It took me a long time to get the NGAF projects going in Nairobi because I needed to make sure that everybody that I'm giving this project money to, they actually exist. And I actually found quite a number don't exist. You might even find when it comes to bursaries that you will find a college that is getting so many bursary applications, and when you go to that college, those students don't exist, that college is not active, but it's a college that has actually been registered, but they've learned how to capitalize and actually steal from government. So corruption has actually infiltrated most of these funds. So if we want to make sure that the funds that we've been entrusted, whether you're a member of parliament, whether you're a woman rep, whether you're just officials sitting in an office, if you've been entrusted with the funds, you have to do something substantial to help the people. The youth fund, the managers of the youth fund decided that they were going to buy hatcheries. And they bought quite a number of them to the tune of about 250 million. Those hatcheries are sitting today in Kasarani, in storage, which the youth fund has to pay for, and they were never used. They were substandard. Nobody has been charged for them. And again, that is the youth fund meant for the youth. That did not work well. We cannot decide for the people. The people have to decide for themselves. I feel that the government has a lot more work to do. And the model of India, the Entrepreneurship Institute of India, what they did is they went and studied every corner of the country, the particular state, every corner. They understood what the people needed. They understood what the education level was. They made packages in line with what the needs were for the market. Then they created clusters. Clusters is the way to go. So if you're going to Kisii and you know that bananas is what is being produced there, you know the soapstone is what is being produced there, then you make sure that when you're funding projects, you create and enhance that industry, but you also help to create a market. There was a time that the Chamber of Commerce was a dead entity. But the Chamber of Commerce in Kenya today has been revived, and I must say that I was instrumental in making sure that the Chamber of Commerce actually gets revived. Because when I became a businesswoman, I went to the chamber and it was just wrangles. I actually commissioned a study with 3 university lecturers, cost me 500,000 when I was doing my first business as Sharper Images, and then I gave that study to Kitoni, And I said to him, please go and take over this chamber and bring some sanity into it. And he did. The chamber now is an entity that can help us with marketing. They actually travel with the president every time we're going to try and get trade bilateral agreements with other countries. So there are institutions right now that are being strengthened by government that we should also incorporate in the overall vision of trying to create job opportunities. Because we say that everybody cannot be an entrepreneur. But if somebody accesses the Uwezo Fund and he becomes a successful business person, he will be creating jobs for those that cannot be entrepreneurs. So I feel there is a need to ensure that our funds do more than just disburse money. Monitoring and evaluation is key, and also we need to sensitize the people on the integrity and the need to make sure that they pay so that the fund can be replenished and other people can benefit. So I stand and I support the motion. Thank you very much.
Shall we have Honorable Murugara?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've sat here for the entire afternoon. I'm happy that your hawkish eye has caught my presence. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to support the adoption of this report. And begin by saying that while we recognize that we do have certain funds in our laws, the Youth Fund, the Uwezo Fund, the Women Enterprise Fund, we do not have a men's enterprise fund or some fund that would actually go towards assisting men also develop or become entrepreneurial in their dealings. Not that men are not needy, not that men do not require assistance. I think this is a misplacement which we must take responsibility for because we are not taking care of our men. This takes me back to about 30 years ago from now, when the song was that we must empower the girl child, that we are to give a good education, a good shelter, good care to the girl child. And the results of what we did those years are visible today because the boy child is slowly becoming disempowered. And in another 20 years, the repercussions are going to be grave. And we must start thinking about the men because without them, we do not know where the future of our nation is going to be. Be that as it may, let me talk about Uwezo Fund in my constituency, Tharaka. First and foremost, my predecessor, who was the patron then, gave everyone the wrong notion that this was free money from the government and the money from the government is never repaid. And so as the funds were disbursed from 2014 to date, many of the recipients and beneficiaries were convinced that this was free money and there was no obligation on them to repay. That was wrong, and that is wrong. Uwezo Fund is not free money. Uwezo Fund is an enterprise fund which is meant to assist the beneficiaries in developing themselves. There is a requirement that we have to collect 50% before there can be any more disbursements. And this is okay. This is correct. It is appropriate. But unfortunately, the mode of collecting the money is actually not spelled out well, because we now call upon the committee, which we actually gazette, to collect the money without any know-how, without any facilitation, without any means or knowledge of debt collection. This is why the results are poor, and this is why most of the members of parliament here are complaining that they are not doing as well. So in my own estimation, I would support the proposal that every time 5% of those collections be released to the offices so that the committee members are able to collect the monies they have lent out. Number two, we do require employees for the Uwezo Fund, similar to the Women Enterprise Fund. Instead of relying on the youth officers who actually are posted by the ministry for the youth fund, we would actually do better if we had our own manager or fund officers
to run the Uwezo Fund. Those would actually be able to do collection better. They would also be able to facilitate the committee in collecting back the monies lent. There was a proposal a while ago from the Ministry of Public Service, Gender and Youth Affairs that all these funds be amalgamated into one fund called the Uduma Fund. And unfortunately, when this was brought before the Committee on Delegated Legislation, there were problems with the regulations which were doing this. But most important, and the reasons why the amalgamation was refused, was purely because the Youth Fund is not doing well. Uwezo Fund is doing relatively well, but not as well, while Women Enterprise Fund is doing very well. So we felt that there was some malaise of some sort, which we were injecting into the Women Enterprise Fund, and which would actually render this other fund not performing as good as it should be. So that was rejected. I still do not think this is the appropriate time to merge the funds, but again, it's a position that this House can reconsider. As regards the Women Enterprise Fund, we are doing well. I confirm even in my constituency, Tharaka, we are doing very well, save for the fact that we can make it better, but the officers who run the fund are actually regional. They are at Embu, instead of being in the constituencies. And whom they have over there, in my case, is actually a casual, a lady. I'm always happy to report that the chairperson of Uwezo in my constituency is also a lady, and she's doing a fantastic job. And this other casual, who is also a lady, is doing a very good job. But I think the fund should actually consider employing these people permanent and pensionable, so that they're even more motivated to do their job. They are actually given the impetus where they can do the collections, the disbursements, the training, and everything else that pertains to this fund. So I would actually seek, and I know the funds, wherever they are at Embu, they are listening to this, that these be employed as permanent and pensionable employees. Otherwise, we would seek more funds, especially for the Women Enterprise Fund, because they are doing so well. I know of groups which are now taking the 4th and the 50 times. And if you take 200,000, you are able to repay. Next time you take 500,000. So a group is getting about $1 million or $1.5 million. And this is the way to go. So if there are more funds, which funds can either be availed by this House through budgetary allocations for that ministry, which then would go to the Women Enterprise Fund, we should actually not hesitate to do so. But for the Uwezo Fund, I think we need to do a lot more, especially in terms of collections, so that we have sufficient funds in the pool whereby we can now have both men, women, youth collecting Uwezo Fund for their own benefit. I know members of parliament, we're going through a lot of stress due to the fact that most of us are not disbursing this money. I have just been past the 50% threshold mark, and I'm told now we can issue the checks. But I think if we improve on our collections, if we are able to do better education, better training, these beneficiaries will be able to accept the fact that this is not free political money. This is actually money that is meant to improve their well-being and welfare, and this is money that is repayable. Once that is accepted by the society, our work is going to be very easy. Our work is going to be to disburse money when it's available, collect it when it's due, and the revolving would carry on and on and on for the betterment of the citizens of Kenya. These were very wise ideas, in spite of the fact that they were born out of some political expediency in 2013.
These are brilliant ideas, and we should actually incorporate the men into these funds. And by so doing, then we have a balanced society that is developing at the same level. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to urge for the adoption of the report. Thank you.
We shall have Honorable Maritim Silvanus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this motion. Mr. Speaker, the only reason why I support this report is because I hope its implementation is going to unlock the current stalemate that we are facing with this fund. Mr. Speaker, Uwezo Fund was a flagship program that was meant to assist women, youth, persons with disability to grow their business. It was meant to be an alternative source of income to the same group. It was meant to assist in self-employment. But sadly, 7 years down the line, there is nothing to write home about Uwezo Fund. In fact, it has left a bad egg on our face. It is a letdown to the presidency and the wisdom behind the formation. It's because we kept on encouraging our youth that Uwezo Fund is going to change their lives. We made them believe in us. But as we speak, sadly, from my constituency, 3 years down the line, I have not even issued a single check from Uwezo Fund. Uwezo Fund has largely failed because of a number of reasons. One, it is largely believed that Uwezo Fund was a political gift. It is believed that it is a grant. It is believed that it is given out for free and you're not supposed to pay it back. Number two, Mr. Speaker, there are no clear structures, there are no clear regulations to guide disbursement of this fund, to guide usage, and to guide on recovery. Just like a bank account, I don't expect to open a bank account today and qualify for a loan the next day. Sadly, for Uwezo Fund, we know of groups that were formed and within a week they benefited from the same money. It's been a challenge recovering that money because there were no due diligence on whether such groups were in position to pay back. Number two, Mr. Speaker, number three, you cannot form such a fund and deny it administrative vote. Uwezo Fund is under the Ministry of Youth. It should have been structured in such a manner that it has its own staff over and above the Uwezo Fund Committee. Uwezo Fund Committee are not even drawing their sitting allowance. It's been a challenge requesting them to move around to recover the loans. In my opinion, we ought to have set aside about 5% of the fund to go into administrative issues. Number four, Mr. Speaker, there was no capacity building, there is no mentorship before issuing out the fund. In my opinion, we ought to have carried out capacity building to various groups so that they can demonstrate that they are willing and able to engage in a business activity that will generate money and as such be in position to pay back. Finally, Mr. Speaker, part of the reason why we've been unable to recover these loans is because Kenyans have gotten into so many mobile loans. It's been hectic to recoup the loan that was already disbursed. If we implement this report, I hope youths are going to benefit from the same so that at least we can also take advantage of the 30% procurement opportunities that have been given by the government to offer and assist the youths. I do know of several youths that could engage in various economic activities, but they are lacking enough finance. They are lacking money to finance various projects that we give them. If we ensure that we have proper structures in place, Youth Fund is indeed going to be a game changer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute. Thank you.
To my left now, Honorable Ibrahim Sahal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to contribute to this motion of the report of the audit financial statement for the UESO Fund and the Women Enterprise Fund. Mr. Speaker, the two funds are objectively established via the legal notice number 21 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012 and the legal notice number 147, Government Financial Management, Women Enterprise Fund Regulation 2017 to provide easily accessible and affordable loan to the youth, women and persons with disability to start up and or expand businesses. Mr. Speaker, from the report of a case to case, where in admission that the fund's accountability has been affected with non-compliance to the national public sector accounting standard in regards to vetting process and credit policy, human resource policies, procedures, provisions for bad debt, among others. Yet, the commit did not complement the cost of the non-compliance in the management of the said funds. Mr. Speaker, there is also acknowledgement of cases of losses and misappropriation of the public funds, with the case noted to be under the active director of criminal investigation. The recommendation of the committee for DCI to speed the conclusion of the said cases. In my opinion, there is need to strengthen internal control structure and operation procedures to improve efficiency and reduce wastage of misappropriation. Mr. Speaker, my concern is the amount of funds lost and the consequential lack of services of deserving Kenyans attributed to the errors of omission and commission as attributed in the report. According to the accounting officers should be liable for such losses. I therefore support. Thank you.
Honorable Jeremiah Kioni.
Finally, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak to this report, and I would want to say that I have a little experience about how UESO came about. I remember when we were doing the 2013 elections, this was one of our campaign pledges with the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, that we thought we would win first round, and the money that has been kept aside for the rerun, we were going to do something similar. Perhaps the only difference would have been that would have put structures in place, and this is why UESO is suffering. And it is good to mention that, because once it is enhanced, it is also clear that we are also not idle. We are not doing this thing just for the sake of it. But Mr. Speaker, let me also say something that happened last week when the Speaker directed that constitutional commissions also reports from constitutional commissions are also debated on the floor, and they were allocated good time. It is very important because one is that that's one of the ways of implementing the Constitution, but also, Mr. Speaker, because in this kind of a debate, we are also informing the public of how and what some of the committees, what the committees are doing, how they are doing it, and what else needs to be done. I know there is a member who said that we should spend some time popularizing these FADs. In debating on the floor, it is one of the ways of popularizing the FADs. Mr. Speaker, I remember again, a member has mentioned, and I think some of us disagreed with the recommendations that were done by the delegated committee. There was a clear provision or intention to merge these FADs. And how I wish that even this committee came up with the same kind of a recommendation, merging the UESO FAD and the Women FAD. Because this UESO FAD was just created, and there are no structures, nothing happens. And even to think that we are going to create structures for it and provide staff, I think is an overkill, an overstretch. I think we should still go along with the idea of merging the two so that these funds can, the ways of funds can benefit our constituents like the Women Fund has done. In my own constituency, I don't know whether I'm among the 19 that have lost the funds. I have not issued a single check from Uwezo, and there is no hope from what I gather. I'm likely to go through the 5 years without having gotten anything going. And Mr. Speaker, if there's the fact that if this money was stolen by the help of those who were in office before, I think it is only fair that they are also arraigned in court and quickly, because it does not matter what they thought, whether they thought it was a political gift or not. The fact remains that the money was stolen. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, we can see some people in court as quickly as possible. I have raised this issue with the Uwezo offices here in Nairobi. I have tried it on the ground, and I can tell you that I think we are really banging our heads against some very hard wars on this issue of Uwezo. And the sooner the government moves into it, the better. Because it's unfortunate that individuals would have been entrusted with this, and we end up where we are. And one of the key problem is that the officer in charge, this is a public officer. The officer in charge in my area is a public officer, a lady from some area, and I don't think she is helping me at all. And even if she was not to help me, she's not helping the people of Daragwa. And I'm sure that is why she is in that office. The other time when I confronted her, I saw her crying. And I was wondering whether she is crying because of what she has done or what she has failed to do. And I don't think the tears will be useful at all, again, to the people of Daragwa. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I think as a House, we need to really merge these funds. The way they are scattered, if we look at the global picture, we need to quickly bring them together and get them managed like the Women Fund is a good example. I have a lady called Nelly Kipto, wonderful lady. She grew with the fund and she is doing so well. She's a household name in my constituency, and I wish others would run from, would quickly get some lessons from her. But Mr. Speaker, in this report, what the success that we did in the report is in the recovery. And Honorable Pasalis alluded to this. And I think the success should not be in the recovery. It should be in what have we achieved, what have those groups achieved. We have had some groups are buying land and selling land. Well, if we want to take that as an achievement, then let us have it as an achievement. But what have they done with the money? How many job opportunities have been created? How many people have been employed? But I think the issue of just giving and getting the money recovered, we should move away from that and get a report that tells us out of this, X number of jobs have been created. That, to me, would be a more useful report, because it would help us to ask for more money to be given to the groups or otherwise. Again, Mr. Speaker, is the issue that I think these are funds that, like the Women Fund, created some almost 30 years ago, or maybe not 30 years ago, a little shorter than 30 years ago. And I'm sure that the groups have come of age. But again, we have another 50% of the population that has been left behind. The fact that we are not helping men borrow from these funds, it is actually going to be the starting of the failure of these funds. You cannot continue talking about the success of a fund that leaves 50% of the population out. When they were created, men would easily go to a bank and borrow. But I keep asking, at least from my constituency, I am not aware of any percentage of men who would easily walk to any bank in Nyahururu and be given money. They also need to be helped to borrow, just like the women and the youth. And even when you talk about specialized groups, men in our rural areas fall in this category. And I think the sooner, again, we wake up to that reality, the better. Otherwise, they'll wake up and they will not be a happy lot. Not that they are any happy even now as we speak. Mr. Speaker, in talking about these groups and these funds, and the way that we are involved in them, I think there's an issue that speaks to the BBI issue as we handle it. I know that we want to create a ward fund, a good thing. But we are a little silent. We are not speaking about where will be the CDF as we know it. I know we have baptized it, other things. But if we are creating the ward fund to replace the constituency development fund, again, I think there we are getting it wrong. You cannot do away with such a success story. We should be marketing it out of this country to other worlds because it's such a successful model. I know some members may have misused it. Again, we have the agencies to deal with it. But we can only create ward development fund because we have succeeded with CDF not to replace CDF. We must still continue. Let me give you an example of Daragwa. And I invite Honorable Nyikal to come and be my witness. If we go through Daragwa, it is very difficult to associate development with any other institution. The little developments that we see in Daragwa have been occasioned by the Constituency Development Fund. And I believe that it is difficult for the people of Daragwa to agree to be divorced from the only institution that has helped them develop. So I am saying this because, Mr. Speaker, these funds are also associated with us. They are supposed to help our people develop. I think even as we talk to the BBI thing, it's a good thing that we have the BBI, I must say. We really need to look at how we do things. But let us not do away with that which has been successful. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to support the issue of creating structures for Uwezo. I want to suggest that we merge Uwezo with Women Fund. Let us use the existing structure. It is working. We'll be able to use the money quickly. And for those who have stolen, let them be arraigned in court quickly so that those who are not repaying can actually see that they need to repay and the money benefits others. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Bibi, member for Masinga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this time you have given me to hear my views on the report on the audited financial statements for the Uwezo Fund and the Women Enterprise Fund, 2016-2017. I must say that when I came to the office in 2017, I found the Women Fund not being given in my constituency. The Uwezo Fund was going on, but I found there were a lot of problems with the Uwezo Fund for non-payment. All the groups that had been given the money for Uwezo Fund had stopped paying. Just the same way the other members have already expressed. And this was political. Now, when we tried to enforce it with the DCC, and a circular came so that the groups can be able to pay, then some decided to pay and some decided to go under the carpet. And we have not been able to collect. And time and again we have been able to encourage them, and they have been able to pay. So far as we are talking, we have a lot of money, over 11 million in the account. But the problem is none can be given out because they have been given a target to collect. So my point is that although this was a good fund that could have helped the women because there is no employment, the youth who have already finished colleges are idle in the villages. They would be borrowing and spending this money to do small businesses, but yet the money is in the account, but they are unable to spend that money. So we need to come out with a formula to be able to unlock this money, which is idle and is not helping anyone in our constituencies. And if you look, if you take an average of all the constituencies in this country, you will find the majority of the youth are unemployed. And yet we have money that can help them start small businesses that they can be able to help themselves and also be able to learn how to do successful businesses. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, my argument is that let us look for a formula to be able to unlock this money so that them that have not borrowed, them that have not defaulted, should not be put together with the defaulters. The clean people should be given this money to be able to trade with them, to be able to carry out their businesses, to be able to trade with the money, because this is meant to empower the youth, the women, and the people with the disabilities. And therefore, I want to support them that are advocating for the money to be unlocked. Because if the government has already put money in the account, I'm talking on my constituency having over 11 million. That money has not helped anybody for the last 3 years. What is it for? The money is still good for nothing. And therefore, we need to look for a way. The committee needs to bring a proposal that those who have not defaulted should be given this money. And then new measures should be put in place so that they can be able to collect. Again, these committee members who work around the Uwezo Fund, I have nothing even for their own use. They have no transport. They go collecting this money, and they themselves cannot be able to pay their fares. In fact, in my constituency, I give them fares to go everywhere from my pocket, which is not supposed to be the case. This is a government enterprise, and therefore it should be able to sustain itself. So we need to look into these things very seriously and come up with measures that can be able to help our own people, because now they are blaming us. They are saying the money was there before. We were being given by the members who were there before we came in, and ourselves we are unable to dish out the money for them to be able to do their businesses. And therefore, we are failing somewhere because we are not giving out the money. The only thing is that being government money, people have taken advantage. Some have said, oh, you don't need to repay government money. This is free money. And therefore, once it enters in the minds of the mwananchi, the young people, or the women, the people with the disability, then they end up not paying. And therefore, the committee, which is designated to talk about this fund, should come up with a formula for us to unlock these monies so that our young people, the women in our constituency, the groups can be able even to spend this money and be able to help themselves. The other thing is, if they are unable to pay completely, then the money can be written off by the government. And then we start from a clean sheet. There is nothing hard for the government to write off these debts. And then we continue with whatever we have, because if we keep on singing every now and then that they cannot be able to spend the money, and the money is there, the money will go back again maybe to Treasury, or maybe to find other ways. So my suggestion is, if the money is unable to be collected, they are unable to pay, and even the chair ladies of some groups have even hidden themselves. We don't know them. then the government should decide to write them off and find a solution to be able to spend what we have at the moment. The money also should also be able to help even the old men, because men are not counted anywhere. They seem to be endangered species, because we are getting emphasis on women, people with disability, and the youth. And the old men are asking us, where are we classified? Where are we as men? If we are 10 people, can we come to as a group and give money to Wezo Fund? So I think we should be opening it to everybody who is able to repay back. The groups that are registered to be able to borrow and be able to pay back, regardless of the kind of group they are, whether they are men, women, people with disability, or the youth, because they are all Kenyans. So with these few remarks, I suggest that something needs to be done so that we unlock these funds to be able to help our people. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Very well. The member for Masenga, well said. The floor, I give it to the member for Kiaru, General Nyoro Didi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the chance to contribute and support this report. And from the onset, I would want to say that, Madam Speaker, it is not just in CDF that Kiharu is #1. Even when it comes to Wezo Fund, Madam Speaker, and the records are there for anyone to confirm, we have the highest amount of money that is revolving in the pockets of members of various groups in the country, and especially in Kiharu constituency. But I also want to say that, Madam Speaker, comparative with other funds that we have, and especially directed funds that target specific groups, like Wezo Fund, the WEF, and the Youth Fund, Madam Speaker, I can dare say that actually the Youth Fund, as it is now, is moribund. It is not helping our youth in the villages, and I cannot remember the last time I saw a youth fund check, Madam Speaker, trickling down to the youth that we represent in this house. And therefore, Madam Speaker, especially the youth fund, they have a lot to learn when it comes to the management of this money from one specific fund that is called Women Enterprise Fund. Because, Madam Speaker, that's why I started by saying comparative. Comparing the three funds, the most efficient one is actually Women Enterprise Fund. And whatever language that we may use here, whatever amount of words that we may use, Madam Speaker, whether the issue of political or otherwise, we have to say that both Wezo Fund and Youth Fund have a lot to learn from Women Enterprise Fund. Because every month in Kiharu, we disburse not less than 2.5 million shillings to women groups across the constituency, Madam Speaker, something that hardly happens when it comes to Youth Fund. But I also know that, Madam Speaker, that we now have a new board of Youth Fund, Madam Speaker, of some people that some of them I know, like one Dr. Mambo Kagushia, who is part of the current board of Youth Fund, who we believe, Madam Speaker, they'll be able to rejuvenate the Youth Fund so that it can catch up with what we are seeing with the Women Enterprise Fund. Madam Speaker, also, I have a few points that possibly we may use in support of this report and also in the management of the funds that we have in the country. Number one is that for a very long time, we have had our women in this country being left behind in all perspectives, from education to business opportunities to employment, Madam Speaker. But even looking at the current census that we just released as a country recently, Madam Speaker, now the species that we represent as male is becoming endangered. And for that matter, Madam Speaker, in Kiharu, we'll be launching this year something we are calling Kiharu Men Fund, which is personally funded by myself and friends, Madam Speaker, so that it can be a pace setter. I have gone across my constituency, and I can dare say that, Madam Speaker, our men, our fathers, our grandfathers have grand ideas that also need to be supported by government or any other organization, Madam Speaker, like the one we'll be creating soon in Kiharu, that is Kiharu Men Fund. And I suppose, Madam Speaker, that the government will borrow a reef, and especially if we lay down the procedures and the structures that you are setting up in Kiharu, Madam Speaker, I am sure the government will see sense and possibly in future consider creating a fund specifically for our men. But also, Madam Speaker, the whole issue of WEF, WEZO, and Youth Fund is around financing. It is around financing, and especially financing that is targeted to groups. And when we talk about financing, most of the finances in this country, unfortunately, goes to ostentations, Madam Speaker. If you check the loan books in this country, especially from commercial banks, and compare the amount of money that actually goes to businesses and enterprise, you compare the same to the loans and financing that goes into supporting ostentatious purchases, Madam Speaker, that would surprise us, even as this House. And possibly in this country, we also need laws like the one in Nigeria, that for the bank license that is renewed annually to be renewed, we need a ratio of specific amount of money, and especially in percentage, that goes to SMEs, that goes to enterprise, because that is what makes sense to the growth of our economy. And Madam Speaker, I want to also talk about startups, because these funds that we have, the three of them, and even our commercial banks, they target businesses that are already going concerns, businesses that are already solid, because as the Englishman says, the bank is the institution that lets you an umbrella when the sun is up and recalls the umbrella when it starts raining. Even our commercial banks are the same. They only lend to you if they are sure that you'll give back the money. And if eventually you are able to give back the money, it then means you don't actually need the money. And I'm borrowing that from a country like Israel, Madam Speaker, that many economists call it a startup nation. Because in Israel we have a similar fund. The only difference is that for Israel, this kind of fund is targeted to seed capital, it is targeted to startups, and it is targeted to lending to people with ingenuity and ideas that could later be commercialized to become big businesses. And therefore, Madam Speaker, that is why we also need to empower these funds, especially the three of them, to not just target going concerns, to not just target table banking, where it is giving groups money, they lend to themselves, then they pay back. We also need to target production. We also need to target ideas, Madam Speaker. And if you look at the inception of Silicon Valley itself, Madam Speaker, it was a convergence of three main things. The Silicon Valley that we know now, Madam Speaker, was a convergence of a policy that was called STEM, that was promoting science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and also the convergence of Stanford University, but more importantly, the funding that was coming from venture capital and that was coming from private equity. And I think that is the gap that you are lacking in this country, where for you to be funded, you only have to go to commercial institutions, which are usually commercial banks. And for commercial banks to lend you, Madam Speaker, you need a backup of years that you have operated on profitability. And in that manner, Madam Speaker, that is why we find so many youth in this country with brilliant ideas in tech, with brilliant ideas in production and value addition, but they can hardly get any financing from any institution, Madam Speaker, because the institutions first check security and, of course, the history of the people who they led to, Madam Speaker. As I come to the close, Madam Speaker, there are also other operational matters that we must confront as this House. This Thursday, I'll be having a meeting with my Ways of Art committee. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, these people work either pro bono or for free. They are not paid anything, Madam Speaker. They only have big titles of Ways of Art chairman, Ways of Art committee members, but these people do work for free. Actually, they are the same. I would categorize them with another category of people I met today in my constituency of New Bakumi and village elders. People who are working tirelessly for this government, Madam Speaker, but they get nothing in return. We must do something to empower the admin fund of Ways of Art, Madam Speaker, so that we can also have them enjoying their work and being facilitated. As they come to the close, Madam Speaker, we also have to have a segment as a government within these funds for grants. We only give loans, but I think as a way of supporting these groups, we need a reward system where we give an amount of money, Madam Speaker, to the groups that are performing very well as grants, as money that cannot be returned to support their enterprise and to support what they do with the money they borrow, and also to encourage others to repay when they borrow. With those many remarks, Madam Speaker,
You support. Remember for Kiaru, we wish you the best even as you launch your Kiaru Main Fund. Members, those who are just coming in, we are debating on the report of audited financial statements for the Ways of Fund and the Women Enterprise Fund. The Honorable Member for Kasarani, Honorable Ngakuya Masi.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I support the motion on the report on the audited financial statement for Wezo Fund and Women Enterprise Fund. I would start by saying the fund that is Wezo was a brilliant idea. And since it was launched in 2013, as per the name, we thought that it would really do great things. But the beneficiaries who benefited since 2013 up to 2017, we would say they didn't have the initial knowledge or enough know-how to know how to manage the funds, because it was sort of a gain from the campaign with the government which took power. I would say, like in Kasarani, we have never started giving the Wezo Fund because those who are supposed to repay, actually 90% have not started. We still have the challenge because in the capital city or in the urban setup, it's a bit different. You are supposed, once you take the loan, just like any other, that is the youth fund and the women fund, there should be enough measures, the repayment measures. But the way and the manner when they took the Wezo Fund loan, you find they thought is like they have been told or they have been given a big thank you. So we would start by saying the Special Fund Account Committee should ensure that the measures for the repayment are quite strict. And the limit, like you find in some constituencies, until you are 7 million or 4 million, you cannot start giving the loans. They're supposed to lift that, so that even if you have 2 million or 3 million on what has been repaid, it's supposed even to start, because this money with the zero interest or with the way it is always given, it's supposed actually to ensure that those who benefit, they have enough trainings both for the repayment and also to do business. I'll also continue saying, with the tough measures to the defaulters, we find that if you go to the table banking, if you go to merry-go-round, with the women, they have all the know-how to know that if you don't repay, something will be done. We have seen, like the people who maybe the defaulters, you find their items they are taken, or maybe their businesses are closed down because they're supposed to ensure that any money which you are given and it's not yours and it's meant for the business, and for this case, the Wezo Fund, the Women Fund, and the Youth Fund, you are supposed to ensure that you pay. Maybe as I wind up, for the Wezo Fund, I will not advocate for merging of the two, that is the Wezo Fund and the Women Fund, or even maybe even the Youth Fund. Because at the event that we merge the two or the three, this was actually a unique fund, Wezo, and it was basically meant at least to assist the women. You find a woman, an old or a young woman can benefit from 2 or 3 funds. A young woman would benefit from Wezo Fund. A young woman would benefit from Women Fund. A young woman would benefit from Youth Fund. So I would not say or not advocate we merge the 3 funds. I would actually recommend we put enough structures and we ensure that proper training is done at the right time before the issuance of the loan. Because upon not doing that, you'll find 50% or more than that of the constituencies cannot be able to run the fund. As I have said there earlier, it was meant to eradicate poverty and hunger. And in most setups, like in my constituency, it's not basically for the poverty or the hunger to start by that. You would say it is to ensure that the young people first, they have jobs, or the creation of jobs, whereby they are supposed to have enough trainings so that at least they can be able to have the know-how to undertake or to have enough measures to ensure that they have the know-how to do with the businesses. The other one is supposed to promote the gender equality and empower women. But with the way it is conducted, it will be difficult because the beneficiaries in the years to come, if there will be negative or there will be nothing, it will be difficult. And I've said about the employment. The youths, we keep on saying it and every time that our youths are not able to get jobs. Like we saw the other day, there was a supermarket which was opening. I think Chadarana supermarket in some counties in Kakamega. And the youths who showed up there were about 7,000. And we are supposed to ensure that things like Wezo Fund and Youth Fund, which are actually to the grassroots, to the very smallest level of the that is the constituency of the nation, we ensure that each and every youth, even before any other funding comes, the Wezo Fund, which actually didn't have so many strict rules, at least is supposed to get into everybody. To wind up, I would say that so that at least all our youths are able to benefit, let us not merge Wezo Fund and with the Women Fund and the Youth Fund. Let us ensure that all these 3 funds, they dependently benefit our youths and women so that at least we can be able to reach out to everybody. Just like the way we know that the CDF gets into everybody because it has been issued to each and every constituency. Even the Wezo Fund, if we get serious into how it is, the business there is conducted, we will ensure that all our youths, even if it's not all of them, at least they will be able to get something so that they can be able to support themselves in terms of job opportunity. Thank you.
Very well. The member for Mavoko, Rabo Kingola Macau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, I agree with members, particularly the new members, first timers in the parliament, about the Wezo Fund. I know there was no transition from the former members of parliament that they won against. And Madam Speaker, as I stand here, I must say last year, Mavoko constituency stood up. We were number 2, the whole republic, in terms of disbursement of Wezo Fund. And to date, I must say that I have given checks 6 times, 2015, 2016, 2017, and 2019. Madam Speaker, I know the reason why some of our members don't understand or maybe are not in light with what is happening. Wezo Fund. they receive 1,080,000 shillings per year. And if you allow me, I will highlight how the funds are allocated so that they know their committee is supposed to earn the allowances and sitting allowances. Madam Speaker, every year they are given communications, supplies and services, 15,000, for mobile phones, 10,000, courier and postal services, 5,000, domestic travel, 100,000, travel costs, 30,000, daily subsistence allowance, 90,000, training expenses, 100,000, hire of training facilities, 30,000, hospitality supplies and services, 230,000, boards, committees, conferences and seminars, 220,000, catering services, 100,000, Madam Speaker, office and general supplies and services, 15,000, general office supplies, papers, pencils, etc., 10,000, supplies and accessories, computers and printers, 5,000, fuel, oil and lubricants, 20,000. This is refined fuels and lubricants, 20,000. Other operating expenses, 10,000. Bank charges, 10,000. Half a year is 540,000. So the whole year is 1,080,000. Money set aside for the committee and the oversight board that you've elected. In our constituencies, a member of parliament is allowed to give 1 rep per ward. Then the woman rep gives 3. So the total number of committee members, minimum is 12, depending on the wards in that constituency. So, Madam Speaker, if this committee is facilitated well, and that's what we have been doing in Mavoko, we make sure that the committee moves around the wards so that they monitor, supervise the groups that have taken the money. Now, sometimes I know some members have said that the fund has been subject to fraud. There are only 3 signatories: the district accountant, your fund manager, CDF, and the youth person in your constituency. So I think there's a lacuna there because there is nobody from the ward or from the woman rep who is supposed to be a signatory. So sometimes, if you have a committee that is not very vigilant or careful, obviously, these government officers will misuse the allowances, the travel, the training. But if you are keen as a member of parliament and you ask for meetings with the 3 of those signatories, everything will be right. Number 2, I have heard members of parliament complain that men have been sidelined. Weso Fund and another fund allows 30% of men to join the women groups so that they enjoy the facility. However, if you are a man in a women group, the only thing you will not enjoy is being a signatory in that group. So even men can join women groups and enjoy the facilities of Weso Fund. Number 3, I know some members in the last parliament encouraged their group members to keep the money or not repay as a reward or as a campaign tool. I want to say categorically, I have told my groups, for you to earn more, and I can tell you, Madam Speaker, here, there are groups in my constituency who are qualifying for 500,000, 1 million, and to date, we have managed to roll out 55 million from the original 16 million that we were given. That is by encouraging the groups to pay back. If, for example, instead of 50,000, if you repay, you are given another 100,000 or 200,000, depending with your performance, and of course, this group evaluating what you are doing. It is a good thing. Madam Speaker, in the wisdom of government, trying to elevate poverty and address the issue of unemployment, when they gave out this Weso Fund, I think it was 16 million per every ward, it was supposed to encourage youth groups, both youth and women and men, as I have said, for them to get into entrepreneurship. So, Madam Speaker, I am sure it is a good fund if well managed. I agree the Women Entrepreneurship Fund is well managed because there are structures. But it's upon each member of parliament to take charge. It is a very easy fund to manage because once you put the youth person in your constituency and the district accountant and your fund manager, you'll be given the statements. The only challenge they have, just like we have in CDF, nowadays they are not releasing money in time. But there is always money to monitor and train even the groups, Madam Speaker. So I think I look forward to that day that all members stop thinking like I have heard some members say that the former members went away with the kitty or they went away with all the funds. Madam Speaker, that's not true because the district accountant most likely is still in that constituency and he is a person who signs and is a mandatory to sign for that. So it should be asked to account. Madam Speaker, number two, it is important to note when we stand here and say that you can give your own money to men, Madam Speaker, that is not practical. We should encourage Kenyans that we enjoy the funds that are there. Because, Madam Speaker, you know, in our standing orders, and I think also Code of Ethics, and Chapter 6, you're not supposed to encourage handouts. And, Madam Speaker, from where I sit, I think going forward, we should now make sure that the Uwezo board releases all the monies for all the constituencies that has had new members of parliament. When I hear members say that they have 11 million, Madam Speaker, in my kit, I think I only have 1 million. That is not given out. That money, a meeting should be called immediately, and the board allows a member of parliament to vet all those groups so that that money can stop lying idle in banks and let it help our youth to engage in businesses. With those few remarks, I support.
Very well, the honorable member for Mavoko for the insights, and I'm sure I don't want to call the new members, you're already very well, the members who have not been able to access or benefit in terms of distribute the Uwezo Fund can borrow a leaf from the Mavoko and others. The member for Seme, Honorable Nyikal I almost called him Nyambura. Nyikal Wabura.
Yeah, that's correct. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make a contribution to this report, and I support adoption of the report. Madam Speaker, this is actually an extremely important discussion. These special funds are actually 3 funds: the Uwezo Fund, the Youth Fund, and the Women Enterprise Fund. Madam Speaker, the main difference is that the Uwezo Fund came through an entirely political process, and therefore its structures was really never developed. The Youth Fund, and the Women Enterprise Fund actually came through clearly worked out processes that put in structures. However, Madam Speaker, what has happened with the Women Enterprise Fund, I'm actually quite happy to hear members saying that the Women Fund has worked. Because in 2008, when I joined the Ministry of Gender as the PS, the Women Enterprise Fund was exactly the way the Youth Fund is today. There was a lot of money in the bank. There were only 2 officers that were dealing with it. There were no officers on the ground. So literally, nothing was happening. And we had to actually say, this funding, it was actually $1 billion at that time, you can't run it like that, and they had to put in a structure. Therefore, we actually employed a manager who had a financial management background. Actually, the manager was one of the people who was actually instrumental in putting up the family bank. I really must congratulate him here, Mr. Wanaina, because when he came out, he told us, we just have to put the structure for the Women Enterprise Fund. I'm a manager. I want officers in the regions. I want them to have money to manage the regional offices. We want them to have, vehicles to move around, and we have to get those vehicles. Actually, I feel it's vindicated today that people are saying the Women Enterprise Fund is working. The problem with the WESO Fund, therefore, Madam Speaker, it has absolutely no structure, administrative structure. And those members who are here when it came for discussion, in fact, the money that was for training the clients and training the staff, there was a big argument whether that money should actually go to the constituencies, the regional offices, or remain here. What we decided in this house, that money was actually left at the headquarters, and then some companies were appointed to go and do the training. It never happened. So the money actually got lost here at the headquarters. So what we need is to put a structure for the management of Uwezo Fund. It has to have officers. Now it is the youth officer. But even then it is also affected by the devolution problem, because there are also similar officers at the county level. And at least in my constituency, sometimes it's not clear who is doing what. But that is the most important thing. Officers directly responsible for it, and then it has to have administrative funds. You can't have that kind of money without administrative funds. So I support when members are saying at least 5% should go down for administration. I'm quite surprised by what the honorable member, I think, from Mavoko said, and for me, I'll actually go and look out where that money is. But I think the experience of most members is the same. The other element is that we have not put in place structures for training our clients, the business, the youth and the women that take it up. And so what happens? They get the money, they have no business skills, they have no marketing skills, they have no financial skills. Madam Speaker, that in itself has been a problem. Then the replenishment of these funds, it has not been actually quite clear, and it is linked with the disbursement, which must be a certain percentage. Again, it's not clear, and people cannot really move. Then the committees, they have actually been working pro bono in all the areas. It's virtually impossible to have officers, the committees, working without any payment, and that has been a major problem. And then the problem of very quick blacklisting, so that if any one member of any group has actually misused the money, then the whole group is then blacklisted. And the worst bit of it is, these groups then go dissolve, go and form other groups, and when now you are tracking them, you find that even the new groups forms have amongst them people who have been blacklisted, and therefore they do not qualify. So my summary with the WESO Fund, it needs a structure. 2, it needs the administrative support at the ground level. Our officers as members of parliament, we have tried to do this, but without doing that, I don't think we are going to get anywhere. Madam Speaker, talking of the Women Enterprise Fund, I've given you the history, why it worked. Basically, we put in structures, put in money for administration, and then had to deal with the problem of politics, where people felt that these were monies that were being given out politically, and therefore did not have to be refunded. Once you deal with that, and the women understand, and particularly if they're using it table banking, it has worked very well, because the interest on this is about 1%, and the table banking amongst ladies is actually the most expensive banking, because for 100 shillings, in a month you pay 10 shillings. If you work out the interest per year, it is over 120. Somehow, the women do it. So the women who have gotten smart actually take the Women Enterprise Fund, lend it amongst themselves at a high rate and actually keep the interest. And that's why it is working well. Again, it just shows that the women actually, or all the people, need some easy fund. And so the Women Enterprise Fund has proved easy fund to get. And even those who are not able to get to banks, and that was the reason, can now go in there and get banking. Some members have expressed fear that if you have to go into groups, but as designed, the Women Enterprise Fund had two elements. One element that is actually to be lent to groups, and that is, I think, the one that is working. And also it has an incremental arrangement. If the group completes, they start with 100,000, the next is 200, they can go up to 1 million. And that has worked well, they're encouraged. The one that probably is not encouraged is where if women felt as individuals, then they would go and lend the money. This was intended to be done through banks. So the banks were given money, Women Enterprise Fund money, so that they would lend it at a lower interest. What did the banks do? They kept the money, and actually the women went for this particular money. They were not keen to give them the money. They wanted to give their money at their own rates. So they were actually lending the Women Enterprise Fund money at commercial rates and making the money. I'm not sure right now what has happened, but that is important because many women groups, once they start to be active, individuals start to feel, I want to go on my own and borrow money on my own and do my business. And I think that one actually has to be encouraged. And if it is the banks that discourage it, we should deal with this. Madam Speaker, if you look at the issue that has been raised, the gap of men over 35, that is something that should be addressed. I know there can be 1/3 of the members of a group can be women, but can be men, but the men cannot hold positions. Therefore, they're really in there, but they don't feel. We should address that. Regarding the merger, I think the Women Enterprise Fund has good structures, it's going on. To merge it with funds that are not working may be actually dangerous. What I think can be immediately merged is the Youth Fund and the WESO Fund. They're both struggling. Then reorganize them a little better, give them some form of structures, even if in a concept way, it is only after that that you can actually see how you can put together with the Women Enterprise Fund. These funds can help. What we need is management, structures, and financing the outlet.
Outlet offices, thank you. The member for Kinago, the Honorable Thuku Kwenya.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to speak on this motion that was brought about by Special Fund Committee. And from the onset, I wish to say that the purpose and to which this fund was created was just to socially and to have a socially just and equitable society devoid of extreme poverty. And we seem to be achieving that goal, albeit slowly, because the government doesn't replenish the fund. From the initial seed money that was given to the fund, we do not, the government have not been continually been replenishing the fund. But, Madam Speaker, I want to bring to your attention something that is of interest, because I happen to sit in one of those oversight committees that are concerned with matters finance or financial matters. And I got concerned today because most of the audit reports that have been tabled have been tabled in this parliament. Maybe we could be debating in vain, because if you read Article 229, Sub-Article 8, it is clear that we are supposed to expedite debate and maybe adopt or otherwise these reports within 3 months after they have been tabled. But it doesn't seem to happen, because we've been debating reports that have been tabled before this House, even 6 months after, 1 year after. And it's becoming an issue, because today, I can tell you for sure, there's someone who is in court, an interested organization that was mentioned in one of those audit reports. And therefore, I would wish that maybe as a House, we also look at this Article 229, sub-Article 8, and see what it is that we can do in terms of amendment, so that then we can extend the time at which, as a parliament, we can look at those audited reports that are tabled in this House. Otherwise, we'll be doing that which is not envisaged in the Constitution. And speaking frankly, it is not possible to have all the reports that are tabled in this House expedited within a time frame of less than 3 months, because the Constitution is so clear, it is within 3 months. And we could have so many legal hurdles where we adopt reports here and expect that implementation committee is going to follow up on the same, and then someone runs to court to challenge the same. But having said that, I would want to say that the initiative as to which Wezo Fund was created to do, we find that there could be challenges because we do not do capacity building. So this fund is distributed or shared out haphazardly, and there's a lot of brotherhood, nepotism, and things to do with the same, because we do not have thresholds that are set, and even if they are set, then the people who are entrusted with giving out this fund or these funds, we do not have a way to really measure and make sure that the deserving groups are the ones that get the same. The other issue, Madam Speaker, that I've noted is that this money was cascaded down to constituencies. But we have constituencies that are so large, like Inagop constituency, where I have 2 sub-counties. And therefore, we got the same allocation with any other constituency. And I would wish that maybe going forward, we can look at how best we can reach as many people as possible by maybe having this money go through the sub-counties and the like. Finally, we also need to look at the bottlenecks that hamper the distribution of the same, because there are so many bottlenecks. One, lack of information. Then, of course, having a committee that doesn't have allowances, so it's like they're doing a voluntary job, and therefore there's no motivation. In terms of recovery and, of course, training, we also need to build capacity in that area. Madam Speaker, we have a situation whereby, yes, I foresaw that. That's why I'm. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. Honorable Member for Kinago, it's very interesting report that members are even willing to debate. And because this being a House of Procedure, we will interrupt your debate, but we'll have a balance of 5 minutes in the next sitting as the report will be put in our order paper. Allow me to appreciate the interest by the members, because the Wezo Fund and the women enterprise is really touching on our constituent. The members, Honorable Member for Mogosho, Honorable Member for Mwingi Central, Honorable Member for Gatanga, Member for Konoin, the Honorable Chepkuchichi, just on the request list. But because of the procedures of the House, our own standing orders, members, we will still have time to debate on the same, so you can go and prepare. Remember, the time being 7:01 p.m., this House stands adjourned till the Wednesday, 4th March 2020 at 9:30 a.m. I thank you all.